All right, it looks like pretty much everybody's found a chair there, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the December 4th, 2024 Grants Pass City Council meeting, and we start our meetings with a moment of silence, so please join us for that. Please rise for the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. All the councilors are present tonight. Maybe we should do a roll call, huh? Let's do it just for fun. Councilor De La Grange.
Present.
Councilor Pell.
Here.
Councilor Lovelace.
Here.
Councilor Riker.
Here.
Councilor Fazer.
I'm here.
Councilor Yunker.
Here.
Councilor King.
Here.
Councilor Ojay.
Present.
Mayor Bristol.
Present. Thank you. All right. We have a couple of fun things to get started with tonight, and we're going to start off with a proclamation for our new sister city. And the Sister City Committee is it's a separate organization here in Grants Pass, so it's not technically a city committee here, but it is a formality to have the mayors of each of the two cities do a proclamation or resolution of some sort. So we are going to read this here tonight, and I've already signed it, and then we will send a copy of it to the mayor of our new sister city. And they will sign it and send us a copy back. So here we go. In accordance with the authorization and approval expressed by the Grants Pass Sister City Committee of Grants Pass, Oregon, USA, and the city of Autlán de Navarro, Jalisco, Mexico, it is declared that a sister city agreement between the two cities is hereby established for the following purposes: to promote and expand the effective and mutually beneficial cooperation between the people of Grants Pass and the people of Autlán, to promote international goodwill, understanding, and expanded business relations between the two cities and their respective nations by the exchange of people, ideas, and information in a wide variety of economic, social, cultural, municipal, environmental, professional, technical, youth, and other endeavors, to foster and encourage charitable, scientific, trade and commerce, literary, and educational activities between the two cities. This sister city agreement shall be officially established and shall become effective when this document has been duly executed by the mayor of Grants Pass, Oregon, USA, and the mayor of Autlán, Jalisco, Mexico. And so, like I said, I have signed this. It's been fun. One of the things that I got put on when I became mayor was the Sister City Committee, so they had a place for me as mayor. And Grants Pass has had a relationship with a city in Russia for 30 years, and obviously because of the war with Ukraine, that relationship has been put on pause for a while, and so we've been searching for a new sister city. And the Sister City Committee did some research and came up with a city that they thought would be a good partner for us, and they made a trip down there recently, and Catherine Dennerlein is the president. If you would like to come up and receive the proclamation and tell us a little bit about our new sister city, we'd love to hear it.
Thank you, Mayor Bristol. We have a wonderful connection right here in Grants Pass. One of the members of our group, who's been active for a number of years, is Arturo Villa Corona, and he has a family that grew up in that area, his mother's family, and they were in that city. And so Arturo, coming from Guadalajara, not too far from there, took my husband and myself and his wife, Olga Rusina, and we went down and met the mayor of Autlán and had over an hour meeting with him. And Arturo's been very helpful in facilitating the translation and all the connections. We met so many wonderful people there. I think Grants Pass is going to really love the people of Autlán. They have a river. We have a river. They have mountains in the background. We have mountains in the background. They have a heavy agricultural economy. We have small farms and vineyards and agriculture here. So many things that we could share experiences and stories and good times. And that's what this program is about. It is citizen to citizen. It is not the government. It's not some huge organization. We belong to the international organization, and they help us with structuring our exchanges and getting the formalities together and things like that. But it's boots on the ground. It's rubbing elbows. It's serving dinner. It's having good experiences, and that's what we're about. So we're looking very much forward to our visit with them again and set up a visit for them for the first time probably in June, maybe in conjunction with either Boat Fest or Porch Fest. So they're inviting us to their big carnival, and we have yet to figure out all the details on that, but we're working on it, and we would love to have more members. I brought membership. It's very inexpensive to become a member of Grants Pass Sister City Committee. We'd welcome all of you, everyone in the community, to please let us know that you would like to participate, and we will find a way for you to do that. So thank you so much, and we will be having an exhibit hopefully in the hallway like we have right now of our Russian city. We're going to be retiring that now and put up some information about Autlán. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. The display that she mentioned, thanks for mentioning that. I hadn't thought of it, but yeah, there in the back of the council chambers near the door is a display featuring some items from Rubtsov's Russia, and so we'll be replacing those with a new display. That'll be fun. All right, and next up, we also have a recognition of a citizen. Is Chase Richards here? All right, Chase, if you could please come forward, and I saw that Brad Converse was here too. Brad, are you planning to speak as well? Put you in the hot spot here. So the YMCA has reached out to us because Chase Richards was a lifeguard on duty earlier this year when one of the members at the Y had a medical incident while they were swimming and he began to drown. And Chase dove in and pulled him out of the water. And he performed CPR and resuscitated the victim so that they were awake by the time they left the building. The ER doctor let us know that Chase's life-saving performance saved the member's life. And thanks to that, the member was back in our building working the very same week. So thank you, Chase, for thank you very much for a job well done. And if you decide to move on from your career in lifeguarding, we do have first responders who work for the city. It's an excellent job. So we have a lovely little recognition here for you from the Glass Forge in downtown Grants Pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Brad's got his arms full. He's not going to talk tonight. Okay.
You know, I'm not afraid of saying a few words. Just want to say how incredibly proud we are of Chase and all our lifeguards. We've got such a fantastic team, really developing the safest pool in Southern Oregon. The drills they go through, their attitudes, their personalities. A lot of times lifeguarding can be kind of boring, but their love for the community shines through. And then when they get the opportunity to dive in and truly save a life, having lifeguards like Chase on the stand, I sleep well at night knowing how great of a lifeguard staff we have. So just want to really
Terrific.
appreciate them.
Thank you. Next up, it looks like the city staff has snuck an item onto the agenda that I wasn't aware of. So who's, Rick, take it away.
A few words I'd like to say here for our departing members. On behalf of the City of Grants Pass and the City Council, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to your dedication and service to our community. Your commitment making Grants Pass a better place to live, work, has not gone unnoticed, and your efforts have left a lasting impact on the city. Whether it's navigating challenges, celebrating accomplishments, or planning for the future, your leadership has played a crucial role in shaping Grants Pass. To Mayor Bristol, thank you for your steadfast commitment and tireless efforts in fostering collaboration and advocating for the needs of the community. Councilors De La Grange, Councilor Lovelace, Councilor Facer, Councilor OJ, you have shared your talents in decision-making. Your leadership has laid a strong foundation for the future of Grants Pass, and the positive impact of your work will continue to be felt for years to come. We wish you the best in your future endeavors and hope to take pride in all you have accomplished for the city. And at this time, we would like to present you with a little gift for your appreciation. Thank you.
Very nice, thank you. And I haven't cried yet, and I don't want to, so I'm not going to say anything. But thank you. Does anybody else have anything? Val?
Yeah, I always have to say something, 'cause it's me, but I can't thank you and tell you what an honor it has been to serve our community. It has meant a lot to me. After serving 30 years as a school teacher, believing in public service, I didn't know what I was getting myself into, but I will say it has been an honor serving. I look forward to it, and yeah, and it's been exciting to see things finished, and I still will be sitting around looking for some other things to come down the road. Know that our work may be slow, but when it gets done, it's a great thing. So thank you.
Vanessa?
I don't want to rehash it too much, but I'm also, I've been so honored to serve in this position the last 4 years, and I'm equally honored that this council has trusted me with the council president position in this last and final year. Although we haven't always agreed on everything, when we have worked together, we've accomplished some really wonderful things, so I think that we do have a lot to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move right on to those community development block grants. How about? Looks like Ann Ingalls is going to be here to get us going on our business agenda here. Let's give a few minutes. If anybody who was here for just one of the proclamations or awards wants to leave, you go ahead and do so. It won't hurt our feelings too much.
Good evening, Ann Ingalls, City of Grants Pass. Tonight, we will go over the Community Development Block Grant Program year 2023-2024, which is year 4 of the 5-year consolidated plan. And this is the end of the year report for that. It
Hey, Ann,
meets
can
all
you
the-
pull that mic a little closer?
Sure.
Thank you. There you go.
Is that better? It meets all the relationship to council goals. Each year, HUD requires the city to produce a final report of that particular year's accomplishment and achievements in a report entitled the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, which is the CAPER. The hearing tonight is to acknowledge the CAPER for program year 2023, year 4 of the 5-year consolidated plan. It is specified in the city's CDBG Citizen Participation Plan. A public hearing is required to acknowledge the draft CAPER and be accepted by the council. It provides also a final opportunity for the public to have, if they have any input, to add their input and comments. Year 4 of the city's second 5-year consolidated plan. In 2022, we reprogrammed inactive funds from past years to the new weatherization rehabilitation program. During 2023, in addition to the allocated funds for the rehabilitation program, there were some additional funds not being utilized later in the year, and we reallocated those funds in the amount of $42,208 to the weatherization rehab program as well. That helped us to rehab for program 2023, 14 homes in the city. Public Services, as always, expends their funds real early, and if there are any remaining uncommitted funds from 2023, they will be used during program 2024. The resources for 2023 were $361,709 in regular funding. The expenditures from October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, we had $229,694 for rehabilitation. That also includes the allocated funds. $11,890 were public facilities, $54,165 public services, $4,417 for micro enterprise, and $42,139 for general admin and planning. The highlights, the partners made significant advances in achieving identified goals. 5 households were saved from eviction or loss of utilities. 481 youths were supported by the Boys and Girls Club, Hearts with a Mission, and Maslow Project combined. 41 individuals were supported through Welcome Home Oregon. 30 youths were supported with vocational training through 71.5 VOTEC. 22 individuals were supported with the micro enterprise technical expertise and training, and 375 people received food from St. Vincent's Mobile Kitchen. Challenges, we had some loss of programs through the last few years due to the economic instability and the lingering effects of COVID-19. Makerspace was one that we wanted to work with, but we didn't have a building or a facility to do that with. Special Economic Development Youth Pathways wanted to start a program with the high schools for vocational training, and that fell through as well. Then, of course, we always have a 15% cap on public services, which is very minimal. And then needing more buildable land for development of housing, shelters, and transitional housing. Call to action, we need to open the public hearing to receive any final comments on the draft CAPER. And the council is required to hold the public hearing and acknowledge it. And so I move, and the motion would be, I move to acknowledge and accept by resolution the CDBG Program 2024, Year 4, Caper. Any questions?
Thank you, Ann. Council, do you have any questions? Valerie?
Did we utilize, and it's great to see the weatherization and how that has moved on to be able to rehab so many homes. That's doing things like putting in ramps and weatherizing for weather, correct?
Yes.
So that's been great. So were we able to utilize all the funds for that we had up to this point? That the ones that we had, because we had money that came forward that we took to do those homes. So just out of curiosity, did we spend all the money that we had doing that?
Yes, we were able to spend down all that money, and then I have some left over still from 2023 that if we need to move it or reallocate it, then I'm able to do that as well. But for the rehab, yes, we started the new year, October 1, with new funds for rehabilitation.
Okay, and I just want to thank you for the hard work, and I know you've brought in a lot more community members that have helped you along to do it as well, and a special thank you for that.
Any other questions? All right, this is a public hearing, so is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we will close the public hearing and turn it back to you, council, for discussion. Valerie.
Well, I think I said what I wanted to say, so I'm going to move to acknowledge and accept by resolution the CDBG PWAT year 2023 through 2024 program year for Caper.
Thank you. Seconded by Vanessa. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Val, you made the motion to adopt. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
The motion passes 8-0. All right, the next item on our agenda is another public hearing. This one has something we have to read here. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application to annex the properties located at 1907 Fruitdale Drive, map number 360528BA, tax lot 700, into the city limits. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the Development Code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Before you is another annexation request for a property located at 1907 Fruitdale Drive, and the applicant is Homebridging GP Incorporated. A summary of this request. This evening, before you tonight, is an ordinance that will annex 1907 Fruitdale Drive. This is map number 36-05-28, BA, tax lot 700. The property itself is about 2.8 acres, and again, this, if approved tonight, would be annexed into city limits. And the relationship to county goals, this would support the goal of facilitating sustainable, manageable growth by annexing property into the city limits for future residential development. I have a few slides in terms of the vicinity map. We're basically on the southwest area of the city. The property itself is at the southeast corner of Fruitdale Drive to the north and Siebert Way. The comprehensive plan designation, or the land use designation, is LR, or what we call low residential density. And the surrounding LR uses or the surrounding properties are also LR, so it's consistent with those. In terms of zoning, LR designation, one of the zoning, allowed zoning is R110, which it already has. And again, it's about a little over 2.88 acres. And again, the property itself is currently zoned R110 and will remain R110 if annexed this evening. This is just another aerial map of the property. By way of background, and the home bridging is the applicant and also the property owner, and they tonight, before you tonight, is an annexation of their property. The annexation is triggered because the future development will require them to connect to public utilities. The property itself is already within the urban growth boundary, and as I stated before, retains city zoning of R110. Pursuant to state ORS statute, the city can annex this land without an election if the property owners, 100% of the property owners, consent to annexation. In this case, home bridging is the single property owner, and it's requested the council annex them into the city. And as long as it's in accordance with Grant Pass Development Code, section 5.060. And if approved tonight, the legal description and map will be forwarded on to the state and to the county assessor. And again, if approved tonight, the property owner will be responsible for taxes come next fiscal year, or July 1st of next year. Based off this application, the staff has found that their request meets all the criteria in section 5.053 of the Development Code. And in terms of this property is obviously familiar with you. Back in June, this council had approved an ARPA public infrastructure for affordable housing on this property, which would extend the water and sewer lines from Carnahan down Fruitdale Drive to this site and potentially bring other properties within the UGB and with the ability of connecting to future water and sewer connections. Home bridging, the applicant intends to develop this site into a home ownership development targeting households at 120% AMI. The call to action is the council discretion. There are no cost implications, and the recommendation to to adopt the ordinance to annex this property is before you. That wraps up staff's report, and happy to answer any questions. I believe also the applicant's representative and applicant are here tonight as well.
Great, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Mark? No. Okay, is there somebody here who wanted to speak on behalf of home bridging?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. Justin Gerlitz Engineering Consultants, here tonight on behalf of the applicant. I promised I'd bring something simple for the councilors that are leaving tonight, I hope. So this is just a continuation of the project that we've been discussing over the last year. It is the next step in the progression of the project right now. We have, we've obtained the ARPA grant for the utilities, which gets it into city compliance once they're installed next year. We are in the process of partitioning the parcel, the existing house off of it in preparation, been through a pre-application, and this is the next step. And then after annexation, if approved tonight, we would proceed forward with a tentative plan for the project. So the project meets the criteria for annexation, will generate additional tax revenue for the city, especially once the new houses are built. And we feel that it meets all the applicable criteria. And with that, we're happy to answer any additional questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? No questions?
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on behalf of this application? Is there anyone who wants to speak in opposition to the application? All right. In that case, we'll close the public hearing and turn it back to council for discussion. Dwayne?
Yeah, like they said, it's just a continuation of things we've already passed with the water and everything. So I'm just going to do a motion I move to adopt the ordinance annexing 1907 Fruitdale Drive, map number lot 36-05-28 BA, tax lot 700 into the Grants Pass city limits, and have it read by title only, first reading.
Seconded by Rick. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Dwayne, you made the motion to adopt the ordinance. How do you vote?
Yes.
Dwayne, or DJ, excuse me.
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing properties located at 1907 Fruitdale Drive, map number 360528BA, tax lot 700, into the city limits.
Brian?
Same motion, second reading.
Seconded by Valerie. Any discussion? All right, Brian, you made the motion this time. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing properties located at 1907 Fruitdale Drive, map number 360528BA, tax lot 700, into the city limits.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to council action item 2A, which would be to consider a resolution authorizing a pre-implementation compliance measure pathway required by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. No? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm looking at the old agenda, aren't I? I know. I've got too many papers here. Thanks. All right, we switched it up. Item 2A here, a resolution that would authorize the execution of a grant agreement, restrictive covenant, deed of trust, and promissory note between the City of Grants Pass and the Mobile Integrative Navigation Team for a navigation center and shelter at 220 Redwood Highway. And here's our city attorney, Mark Bartholomew.
Sorry, it's been a while since I've done a PowerPoint presentation. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mark Bartholomew, City Attorney. And I want to start out by saying that I researched our new sister city, so I'm happy that we have a new sister. And I found out that Carlos Santana is from there. So I was thinking maybe Carlos Santana can come visit Grants Pass, and I bet he'd like to come to a council meeting too.
He's actually related to one of our sister city members, so. You never
Really?
know.
So
Yes.
it's gonna happen, is that what you're saying?
I think so. We're gonna rock the Rogue Theater, yep.
All right, so that was my intro. I'm gonna skip the council goals here. But I will say this generally is a consideration of possible grant, I should say 2 grants to Mint to purchase 2 different pieces of real property for what I'm going to call homeless services. So I may not be using the right terminology all the way through, but I took a shot at it and this kind of just got on my plate recently. So what I've come up with here, I think, is a pretty good concept that achieves what council is asking to do, yet protects the city's investment at the same time. So I'm going to take you through it. A couple pieces of property. One is a little over half an acre. It's got a couple buildings on it. I understand Mint currently leases that with an expiration coming up here in February. Then we got an adjacent property that's owned by Bimart. That's a little under half an acre and it's unimproved. So I'm going to start by going through the documents as pertains to 220 Redwood. That's the one with the buildings. And in the packet, there's 4 documents. You got a grant agreement, a promissory note, a trust deed, and a restrictive covenant. I'm going to take you through those. So the grant agreement, it would provide up to $460,000 for the purchase of the property, and that number doesn't come out of thin air. That's based on an appraisal that Mint gave to us. Requires Mint to close on the property within 90 days of the date of the agreement. The award can only be used for the sale price and closing costs, so no operational money, no real estate commission, nothing like that. So the award would be submitted to escrow upon the city's approval of the purchase agreement. I don't believe there's a purchase agreement right now. a building inspection and title report. So we did say, all right, I did write in there city's approval, and the language is which shall not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. I think it's really important that the city review the condition of the property and the purchase agreement and the condition of title if the city is going to retain a right to take the property back if performance metrics are not achieved. So I watched the workshop the other day, and it sounds like council and Mint are both in agreement that the property should go back to the city if performance standards aren't met. So I've included some documents that will do just that if necessary. And so at closing, Mint would be required to execute a trust deed in favor of the city, a promissory note, and a restrictive covenant and option to purchase. Requires the property be used as a shelter, and that's a defined term that I came up with. So I expect that there will be some massaging on that. That's not really one of the legal aspects of this, but I had to put something. For the duration of the grant agreement, which is 10 years. So I define shelter as adequate beds and staffing to house 100 persons per night, 365 days a year, operating in compliance with all laws, including building and fire code. They have to commence shelter operations within 180 days of the date of the grant agreement. And I should specify, they need to have the beds and the staffing to do up to that many people. It doesn't mean that they have to have that many people there every night. Discontinuation of operation as a shelter for more than 10 consecutive days or an aggregate of 30 days in a rolling 30-day period would be a breach of the agreement. And again, I'm just shooting from the hip here. So there's a trust deed in there, and anyone who has what they call a mortgage on their house really has a trust deed. It's not a mortgage. A mortgage is something different that is really not used anymore, but a trust deed generally is something that secures an obligation. And the obligation that most people think of it as securing is the promissory note, your requirement to pay your monthly mortgage payment. Trust deeds also can be used to secure other performance obligations. And they also contain covenants that the borrower will abide by, such as not committing waste to your property, keeping it properly insured, paying your real property taxes, all aimed at protecting the collateral asset of the lender. In this case, the city is analogous to the lender. So a trust deed allows foreclosure if someone is in default of the trust deed, and the trust deed that I drafted incorporates by reference compliance with the grant agreement as one of the covenants of the trust deed. So default in the grant agreement is a default to the trust deed, which could lead to a non-judicial foreclosure. So I say it also secures the promissory note. You're probably wondering a little bit why there would be a promissory note on a grant. So the promissory note is in the amount of $460 or whatever the grant award would be. And it provides that if Mint complies with the grant agreement for 10 years, which is the maturity date on the note, and it's the duration of the grant agreement, then the principal balance and any accrued interest are reduced to zero. There's also the option there for Mint, if you've got some extra funding and wanted to get out from under the trust deed restrictions, they could just pay that off and not have the trust deed hanging over them, but that's not likely. But I just threw in a pretty favorable interest rate, 3%, which I think is probably below the imputed AFR interest rate right now, but as two nonprofits, it doesn't really matter. So it is necessary to have a promissory note in the case of a foreclosure, because the foreclosing party has to bid an amount at the foreclosure sale, and that has to be tied to the indebtedness. So I really just monetize the grant amount award and put it in the form of a promissory note. Additionally, I've included a restrictive covenant. Runs with the land, meaning it's perpetual. It requires that the property be used for homeless services, which I define as a shelter, urban campground, medical care for homeless, warming and cooling stations. So that's a less restrictive requirement than than in the grant agreement, which is for the shelter, which is a defined term. And so the upshot of this is the grant agreement would apply for 10 years on the 220 property where it has to be operated as a shelter as I've proposed for it to be defined. Thereafter, it still needs to be used for a social service, homeless services type use, but it's a more expansive use. And so really my thinking here is that, let's say they run it for 10 years. If there's nothing to keep that property in a similar use for benefiting from it, they could just sell that. The grant agreement's expired, the note's paid off, the terms of the trust deed have been fulfilled. They could just sell that property unencumbered and have a windfall. And I don't know if that's good policy if we're giving away public money. You know, potentially in 10 years, if Mint's doing well and they do sell that, perhaps, you know, they take advantage of economies of scale and get a bigger, better location. I don't know, but I think it's important to consider this covenant where it ensures that the requirement is homeless services or something similar. And the city as the benefiting party to this restriction could unilaterally waive that at any point in the future. And I should say, if Mint or any other entity is not using the property for homeless services, then the city can repurchase property for $1. All right, so 210 Redwood Highway is very, very similar to 220. It's same procedure for submitting the funds to escrow, note, trust deed, duration, covenant. City has some oversight over due diligence. It's a non-specific award amount. We don't have an appraisal. So the way I've drafted it would require Mint to procure an appraisal. And the city could evaluate the appraisal and be satisfied with it, or alternatively, the city would have the option to procure its own appraisal. And the award amount would be the average of the two appraisals. In this, they have to commence homeless services, so it's actually defined as the same in the covenant. This is a little different. It's undeveloped land as opposed to 220 that has the buildings. So commence homeless services within 30 days of the close of the sale of the property. Otherwise, all the other documents for 210 are the same as for 220. So I'm just going to kind of reiterate some of the considerations that ran through my mind when deciding how to structure this and how to approach this. So it's a large amount of public money. Both Mint and the city seem to be in agreement that the city should be able to take the property back if benchmarks and ongoing performance are missed. Trust deed is the best mechanism to do that. The city needs to conduct due diligence on the collateral, not just hand the money over. I think we need to act like a bank here, other than the fact that we're not going to actually make them pay it back. Aside from that, I think the city needs to put itself in the shoes of a bank and look at the collateral and think, okay, is this property that we would pay this amount for? Because you always have to plan for the contingency that perhaps you foreclose and now you own it. You own it for that price. Is that property that we want to own for that price? Would we pay that for it as the city? And so I think we need to be careful, conduct some careful review. Title report's really important. I mean, there's another property that I'm not going to name publicly, but the council would be aware of it. And there were some major issues with title that would not have allowed the city to put its intended use on it had there not been someone like me or similar to me knowing what they're looking for and reviewing it in title and getting those restrictions removed from title. And I don't think that it would be wise to entrust those important due diligence actions to a third party. So expeditiousness equals expedience in this case. So it needs to be done very carefully. It can be done, but the way I've set it up is I think, a very appropriate way to do this. So this is very much council discretion, approve, deny, disapprove, amend, a little bit of everything. So that's that. In case anyone's wondering if a loan, and I don't even really call it a loan, but since there is a promissory note, some people might think it's a loan. State law defines a grant as, among other things, a loan. So I put that up there in case anyone was wondering.
Thank you, Mark. Council, do you have any questions? Rob?
Yeah, if I heard you correctly, Mark, you said that, I guess, the undeveloped land, requirement that you drew up was that within 30 days, that land would be used in some kind of fashion for homeless services? Or
Yeah, correct.
So my question is, how did you come up with the 30 days, and did you talk to Mint about that, or how did you come up with that?
No, I just, in fact, I got a little bit more information on what Mint planned yesterday at 6:10 p.m. is when the email came in. Prior to that, I didn't have any information. You know, obviously late in the day on Monday, I found out that this was requested to be delivered to council 24 hours in advance of the meeting, so I didn't really have time to talk to anyone. But those numbers are, those are what I would call business terms as opposed to legal terms. So the structure of this, I'm going to be pretty bullish in recommending we stick with the structure in terms of the time frame for how long it takes them to get going, or how you define a qualifying service on the property. You know, I take no pride of authorship on that. That's just something to put in there as a starting point. But what did cross my mind is, since the definition of homeless services is significantly more broad than shelter, you know, shelter is providing, you know, overnight sleeping accommodations indoors and whatnot. Homeless services could be a cooling center, it could be medical care, a lot of different things. So I felt like, given the breadth of that definition, it would have been a lot easier to deploy some form of homeless services within a 30-day period.
Other questions? I have a question regarding timeline, the 10 years. I think when we were talking several years ago about giving a similar grant to, it was the All Care Community Foundation at that time, I think we were discussing 6 years. Is there a reason why we have 10 years instead of 6 for this?
I would say, is there a reason it was 6 as opposed to 10? I mean, I picked a number, but 10's a nice round number. I think it has to be a number where the city, you could look at it and say, we got our money's worth for persisting that long. 6 years is a little bit of a crooked number in my opinion, but I didn't intentionally make it anything different than any other grant you've done.
Rob?
You bring up a past grant that we had looked at. I think there was a clause, and I don't know that you mentioned it here. I don't know how likely this would be, but would Mint be able to essentially roll the value of this property into another property in the future if they were to continue on with homeless services?
Yeah. Well, at the end of the 10 years, then Mint would own that property free and clear of the trustee encumbrance. The note would be torn up, but there would still, under my proposal, be the covenant on the property that says it has to be homeless services. So are you asking, could they sell that property and then go do and use the proceeds? They could, but I'd be the first to say a property with a homeless services covenant requirement on it is not going to get market market value, the same as if it were unencumbered. But yes, they could do that.
Okay, so that, I guess I misunderstood. So then that covenant stays with that property in perpetuity?
Correct, yep.
I see, thank you.
Dwayne and then Brian.
My question's for the fire chief. Since we're going to be doing our due diligence of owning this building, obviously, I was told that you went and visited yesterday. Can you tell us about your inspections and what the city's getting into?
Yes, sir. So we went today actually because of just some processes that need to be followed. So we like to treat everybody in the city fair and equitably. And so if you open a warming shelter and or cooling shelter or anything, through the standardized process that we have developed here already, it has to have inspections. So we went in that context. And then today for both buildings, for the warming shelter and for the 220 next to it, we went through that, and then there is a lot of issues that need to be taken care of. There's exposed wiring. There's some holes, hole in the floor. The storage unit itself had some combustible storage materials, and we don't need to go through the whole report, but there is a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed. We are doing a re-inspect tomorrow in order for it to remain in a safe manner to operate. So because we're there for public safety and community risk reduction. So in order for us to do that, we have to re-inspect tomorrow and have those things fixed within 24 hours. Unfortunately, there's other actions that we would have to take as a community.
That's just to run it as a warming, cooling shelter. Is that correct?
That is correct. If this goes to fruition and stuff, there's a whole other Oregon fire code that we would have to go through for a permanent occupancy. And then if depending on the population that we're servicing and stuff and how we're helping them, there's different codes that apply. So we can't blanket statement, but there's egress applications that need to be taken care of. There's fire access road, and because there's only one way in, one way out, that we would have to mitigate and take care of as well. So there's a lot that we would have to do to this property to bring it up to the standard to use it for this form.
Can you expand on some of those things? You're like sprinkler systems?
Sprinkler systems, fire alarms, egress, so emergency exits. There's ADA components that go along with it. There's a lot of exposed electrical wiring right now, so all of those things would have to be addressed.
I was told that there was, if we're going to have people with disabilities, a handicap or whatever, I'm not sure if I'm using the right term, that there would have to be a space for them too, or something for fire?
So we would work in conjunction with the city and with legal counsel, but typically the best practice is while using those facilities, just like you walk through a hospital, for instance. You ever notice that you walk through doors that are open and magnetized open? That's because we're assuming those people are unable to evacuate on their own. So we have to build those rooms with a requirement that they can stage in place for an extended amount of time until the fire service gets there.
Thank you.
Brian.
Yeah, Mark, I had a few other questions. On the covenant, did you mention that could be removed? Could council remove that?
Yeah, the covenant could be, so the covenant's drafted such that the party benefiting from it is the city of Grants Pass. So that could be removed at any point in the future by the city. And so it would be city council doing that.
Okay, and then on Section 7 of the grant agreement, this is kind of similar to a question Rob had earlier. There's a couple numbers in there. One of them talks about housing 100 people. Another one talks about failure to commence operations in a certain number of days, 180 days. Is it safe to assume those were just kind of round numbers you threw in there, or did you have a rationale for those particular numbers?
They're pretty much just numbers I threw in there that I thought were potentially reasonable at the same time.
Okay. One other question in the grant agreement in Section 8 where it talks about material breach. At the very end of that section, it states, well, it lists a number of things that can be material breach, and then the last one says a pattern of repeated non-material breaches. Could you give us an example of a scenario that might play out that's a pattern of non-material breaches?
Yeah, I'd probably rather not do that and just say that I'll just take that out if you so desire. That's boilerplate from an existing grant that we have.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at the moment? I think we do have some representatives from Mint here as well. Do you have questions for Mint? Okay. Do we have some people from Mint who would like to answer questions?
Hello.
All right, Dwayne.
Sorry, you weren't here the other day, so I forgot her name.
Leah.
She got the blunt of questions that she couldn't answer, so
Sorry, I was here. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to be as long, and I had a patient to see,
yeah.
so sorry I had to leave
So
early.
you might get some more questions today, so, and we didn't have this document, I don't think, too, either, so, I just wanted to go through it, because this is your partnership for low barrier shelter and urban campground, and I know you said the other day you were placing it on your partnership with, Medford and, Rogue Retreat and all that stuff over there on their success and stuff, is that correct?
I have referenced Rogue Retreat and Sam Engel, correct.
Okay.
Referenced a few other places as well, but mainly Rogue Retreat, and talk with Sam regularly.
Okay. So you're referencing off of the Rogue Retreat and the success that Medford, I'm assuming, is happening because you want to open a low barrier shelter. But in this document right here, which is the time and point count, you know what this is, obviously? Mm-hmm. Our numbers went down way less than theirs, and we don't have a shelter or in the services they have. So I would say our success is better than theirs, but we
Okay.
want to model theirs. I don't understand why we would model something that's not working. So why are we wanting to do something that has less success than the success of what we've done here?
I think that maybe we have different opinions on that. I think that the model in Jackson County is way more effective than what we see here. So,
But they went down less. We have more success in numbers going down for homelessness than they do. This is not mine. This is point in time count. So,
we're doing a new one in January as well.
yeah. So
All I know
I'm
is
not
we have
making this
about,
up. It's just,
Yeah.
their numbers are not even close to what ours is.
yeah. And I don't think we can make up the fact that we see 176 tents in our town in designated spots, and we don't see that in Medford.
Well, I'd have to disagree with you. So, also, I'm looking at your document here, and it says it's going to take $1.871 million a year to run this place.
That document is referencing if we went to the Washington campus, and you would have to equate out the $14,000 a month for rent. In addition to that, you would take out a significant amount for utilities. So it'd be a little less than that. But if we were operating in a best practice model and striving for what we desire for, 1.5 million to 1.75 million would be ideal, recognizing that we can still function as a low barrier shelter and operate and provide services on a lower budget, because it'll probably take a year or two to scale up to that. And what that means is we would either offer less services for the same amount of people, or good services for less amount of people. And again, that would be a discussion with what the city would desire for us to do.
But you don't have any of that money right now, though.
We have some of it, and we have plans for it, and
Okay.
yeah.
Do you
So-
have any money to bring these buildings up to cost? Because we're talking a lot of money there.
We are, and we, as I outlined last night and sent to you guys, for us to be able to tap into additional dollars for capital and also for operational, we need to have some sort of commitment from the city. So part of this will allow us to expand our dollars. We also have plans to generate a little bit of revenue, which I shared with you. And currently, right now, we have a gift of $100,000 that was recently given to us to help with, improvements of the building, and we have $20,000 for paving. I'd say we have about $200,000 right now to invest. And we recognize it's going to take a lot, but we also have not done any fundraising, private fundraising, and we do believe that we can be successful in that. So we're not necessarily concerned about capital budget, and we're not concerned about operational either, but we want to be transparent and recognize that it'll take time to scale up to 1.5 million a year. And step one is showing that we have some sort of partnership and longevity with the city.
Brian?
Yeah. Thanks for being here, Cassie. Can you speak a little bit to timelines and what you feel your capability is to provide services? Because what we have as a draft right now, it's saying house 100 people a night within 180 days. And so, you know, that was pulled out of thin air. So can you speak to like what the real situation might be for you?
Yeah, so the real situation for Mint, we just saw that today, and so, you know, we had a few board members, we had Doug Walker, a handful of people looking at it, saying what's realistic for what we have and what, you know, what we plan for the next year. And it does make sense that we could, in 6 months, have potentially 50 people, right? 20 in pallet homes and 30 in an urban campground area. But to get to the capacity that we're going to house people in that 220 building, it's going to take a bit of time. As you know, the fire chief just said, he was at that building and we have open wires. I do want to call out that we don't have guests use that building. That building's used for storage. And we learned today, even if we're using it for storage, it has to be up to code. So that was a learning curve on our part. But the other side that's currently being utilized does not have open wires. But so yeah, it's going to take time. And you know what I would love to commit to the city is, as we get X permit, our deliverable will be X amount of days. So if we get our electrical permit, then, you know, within 45 days, we're going to get that up to speed so that we can continue to progress forward in getting stuff up. And I think we all know that for us to be successful and expeditious and getting that building up, even if we get the funding, we still have timelines with getting codes and permits, et cetera.
Thank you. With regards to getting maybe, is that 100 person number, is that realistic at some point? What is the capacity of the property?
I do think at some point it is. There would be 40 in the congregate living space, the indoor building, 220, 30 to 40 in what would be identified as an urban campground like in a current state, but long-term we would want it to be, you know, tiny homes, similar to Foundry. And then the pallet homes, we already have a site plan that allows for 20.
Okay, so you're thinking realistically, 6 months from acquiring the property, it could be, you could have a capacity of 50. Is that, did I understand that part right?
I would say 30 to 50, correct.
Okay, and then
in talking with Doug Walker, we felt 18 months would be where we would be able to really function at 100, because we do want to do this right, and we want to make sure that building is you know, ready for prime time when we open it up. We want to be successful, so we're not trying to rush things.
okay, thank you. Are there any other items in your review of all this documentation that you would like to speak to?
There was one thing, I think it was item number 8, where it discussed, you know, if we are not compliant with whatever requirements there are, it's immediate, you know, termination or whatever. And I feel like most contracts have a remediation period. So allowing a little bit of, you know, 45, 90 days or whatever for us to course correct would make sense for us. So that was something that was kind of a little bit of an outlier for me. And then I do want to call out on that too, the 210 property. While we'll work forward, we're getting an appraiser. We did some work today. The last county appraisal was at, I think, 80,000 more than what we're looking to purchase it for. So.
Okay, thank you, Cassie.
And then I think there's an issue on item number 7 regarding the beds, that it references beds. And I think in a conversation we had earlier today, you were suggesting maybe that it be space instead of beds in case it ends up being sleeping bags.
Exactly. So, you know, if we have an urban campground the way it's written now is we would have to have 100 beds for people. And the way our plans are is we'll have, you know, 40 beds in the congregate living, 20 pallet homes, and then an urban campground space where there may not be a bed, but a place to lay their head.
Other questions at this time? Val?
Well, I don't mind so much for Cassie is going back to the congregate care. Congregate care, explain the difference between emergency shelter and the congregate care, just so that I'm
Yeah, so when we open up that shelter or we get those pallet homes in, our property now becomes a home to people. And so how we function shifts a little. You know, an inclement weather shelter is chaos. It's open last minute. You tell people, they come in wet, and you know what I mean? It's just not really a controlled environment, but it's absolutely needed. Our intent for the property is not to be an uncontrolled environment. We want to make sure that, you know, there are once we have people living there, you know, that we have rules that they follow because it's their living space. And, you know, I don't know that I've shared this, but I live within a half mile of the place, and I'm a single mom raising a daughter. You know, I don't want it to be a unsafe place for neighbors at all, you know, and so we're gonna follow noise ordinance rules, you know, lights, you know, kind of doors closed by 10 unless people are working, and really, you know, try to go unnoticed, if you will, and be good neighbors, so.
I guess my thing with the congregate, that's when we're talking about the code of having that once it's considered a home, that's why you have to have the other things as opposed to the emergency shelter that kick in. So I just wanted clarification on that. And then understanding that could take longer just because of the things that you need to do to bring it up to code.
And we wanna do it right and do it good. So, you know, I think anyone that's worked with me knows I like to move fast, but I'm gonna move fast and move right.
Any other questions at the moment? Rob?
Yeah, so you talk about being a good neighbor, and to me, you know, and we discussed briefly, I guess, more in writing, Aaron sent out an email a while ago, how would council measure success in a situation like this? And for me, number one way that I would measure success is that a managed campground or a shelter would be a good neighbor. And, you know, in other words, first do no harm,
Yeah.
right? So if that were taken care of, literally anything else you did would be a bonus. But I'm concerned that since Mint hasn't necessarily run something like this before, can you explain like what kind of registration or ID or how you would keep track of who is inside both your shelter, which I guess is more of a long-term kind of home kind of situation, but also on a more transient basis on the campground? How do you keep track of who those people are and whether they're reasonable citizens or whether they got outstanding warrants, or what part do you guys play?
Yeah, so with the congregate living space, they will require ID. You know, we will not necessarily do background checks on them. I believe, you know, at Rogue Retreat, they do background checks at places that allow children, and we don't intend to necessarily allow families at the low barrier shelter. At this time, we'd probably give them a separate area to be at. And so we wouldn't do background checks, but we would require ID. And they would have to be enrolled in case management. As far as the urban campground, they wouldn't necessarily have to have an ID, but it was going to be our main focus to get them one, and most people want to get an ID, you know, so we are going to work on getting that. And then in conjunction with that, you know, I see me partnering a lot with, you know, our police department. And, you know, if I have someone coming into the urban campground that I don't recognize, and I do think, well, Mint is new. What Mint's really good at is building relationships with the unhoused community, so we know most of them, right? And so I'm gonna know if I see someone that's new or someone else that I you know, may be concerned about, and it's gonna be like, hey, you know, can we do a background check? Is there anything that I need to be concerned about for this person? So we're gonna be, like I said, I'm a nurse. I like to take care of people, and once we have people living on that property, I'm going to make sure everyone feels safe and supported. So that's really important to, I think, the mission of Mint and the value we have in community.
So can you describe on I think the shelter is pretty easy to imagine, at least for me, you know, how that would be run. On the potential campground part of that, for people that haven't visited a managed shelter that's been done successfully, or maybe you don't even have this, maybe you have a slightly different view of ones that I visited, how does that work? I mean, do people get, the residents get, does the gate get closed at night? Does it get locked? Is there somebody, is there a manager there overnight, an employee there that keeps track of what's going on inside the urban campground? What do you guys envision?
Yeah, it'll be 24-hour staff. And so I think in the current model, as we build up our operational budget, you know, our nighttime staff probably won't be skilled. You know, they'll be like a peer support. But my ultimate goal would be 24-hour case management, and likely have one committed to the congregate living low barrier shelter space, and then one to the outside areas with the urban campground. With the pallet homes, we have the intention of having One particular person that we've identified who has CNA experience who's currently unhoused. And we're going to give her one of the pallet homes, and she's going to help manage those people back there. In return, we're going to help her get her GED and CNA license. And so we'll have her kind of living in that space, helping to support those folks, along with 24-hour staff that would be at the urban campground and then also at the shelter.
So specifically, is there a curfew in urban campground? Do people get to roll in and out all night long, or how does that, what's your vision of that? How does that
My
work?
vision is, I don't want to get in trouble for the noise ordinance, so it's going to be 10 p.m. And, you know, we will allow, if people work, you know what I mean, then, you know, and they don't get off until 11:30, we'll allow them to come in late. I imagine there would be some sort of waiver for that kind of, but other than that, it'll kind of be, we ask that they come and be there by 10.
Any other questions right now? Vanessa?
There was a mention of a concern for remediation and in the event of a default. In the very next section, it talks about a remediation period of 10 days in writing. Additionally, it says if the breach specified in the notice cannot be completely cured within 10 days, but curative action is undertaken with reasonable diligence and in good faith to cure the breach as soon as practicable, then the breach will not constitute a default. So I just wanted to make sure that is that satisfactory to the concern that you have?
The 10 days is kind of, I mean, I think for any breach that we may have, it may take a little longer than 10 days. I was thinking 45 to 90 days.
Thank you.
Well, but it does say if the nature of the breach is that it cannot be cured within 10 days, then you get longer.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, good.
Just as long as a good faith step is taken.
Any other questions at this time? Valerie?
Yeah, I just have a question, because I know that you have talked about having, you know, having money from different sources and having from like $200,000 kind of built up. Can you explain to people, because this is another part, I think, of the process that you've talked about, is that now that the laws changed, that you can actually get paid for case management and medical work that you do with somebody who is on Medicare and Medicaid. Can you explain how that works?
So I think, you know, and All Care's here, they're representing in the back over there, but, you know, they're a huge partner to us and huge supporter. But, you know, one of the things we want to do is, you know, our medical providers do see these folks, and there's no reason we shouldn't be billing insurance companies, you know what I mean? And so All Care is working on us getting that up and running right away, so our providers can actually bill for services, which would generate some revenue for us. And then in addition to that, there's been some new state laws that allow for anyone with a community health care worker license to bill for services, which our case manager has, and I intend to actually get one too, just so I can build in that capacity. But there are a lot of innovative models, especially with Advantage and Medicare programs, that really want to pay high quality case management services for their members and their insurance product that spend a lot of money. And a lot of times unhoused communities utilize the ER a lot and et cetera, and they find it's cheaper to, you know, pay a medical team that does outward case management to provide that services. So those are all kind of routes where we could potentially generate revenue in this model where maybe other places don't have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I also, it's important to call out that we do have access to a wonderful grant writer that is committing time to us and free work, so that way as we're moving forward with grants, we have an expert from a large foundation that supports us in that.
Any other questions at this time? Rob?
And I probably should know the answer to this, but I don't. So you say we, and you know, for most of us, you're kind of the face, mostly the face of Mint in this room anyway, and even out in the. So who exactly is we? How many people are Mint, and who are they?
Yeah, so Mint is about 20 volunteers, half medical, half wonderful citizens who just come and help us, who cook and do whatever for the unhoused community. And then we have a board right now of 9 people, and it's pretty robust. I think we just did our 1-year anniversary of meetings, and so we're pretty new, but we just had a retreat recently, and as the executive director, I can tell you that my board's getting really engaged because my job's getting harder. So it's really exciting to see.
All right, I have a couple of questions that I think are for Mark, probably. One is just regarding the 60 days that the agreement would be null and void if they hadn't closed on the property within 60 days. You feel that that's a reasonable timeline to close within 60 days? I'm not sure your mic's on.
I think it's reasonable, but nearly any time period specified in here is certainly up for discussion. That would be a common, that would actually be a pretty lengthy escrow, I would say. So I felt 60 was pretty generous, actually.
Okay, and then my other question is, did you have it built in here if, in that 10-year period, if they decided that this location, that they needed a larger location, or if something happened at this location and they needed to sell and move, that it could be rolled in to another property for a similar use?
They could sell it during that, but if they sold it, they would have to pay back the note plus the interest accrued to date. Now, I'm sure that if things are going well and council were inclined 4 or 5 years down the road, council would be amenable to coming up with some kind of an agreement that would allow them to take that equity elsewhere. But to try to draft provisions for that right now in this agreement would be really messy and I think kind of beyond the scope of our marching orders from Monday.
Okay. Any other questions, or shall we open this up for public comment now? Was there anything else you wanted to add, Cassie, that we hadn't covered yet?
No, I just appreciate your time and thought with this. I really do. So.
Brian?
Just have one quick question for Mark. Does this grant agreement cover both properties, or is there a separate one for each property?
There's a separate one for each. And so I tried to note the distinctions during my presentation, and really they're very, very similar. I believe the only difference is, one, how you determine the nature, the amount of the award, because one, we have an appraisal, the other one we don't. So there's a mechanism for landing on the award amount. And then one of them is the undeveloped property, and that's one where they have to commence homeless services, and I put in 30 days. Again, that's a broader range. You don't necessarily need, building inspections and whatnot to perform homeless services on undeveloped property, as opposed to having overnight guests within a building. So the time to commence performance differs between the two properties in the grant agreement.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, where our current agenda item is the property that has the buildings on it.
Yeah, and for efficiency, I blended them together in the presentation because they're so similar.
Okay. And for efficiency, we're also going to combine public comment on these two items because they are essentially two parts of the same item. So we're going to have people come up for public comment, and the intent, again, is to keep it specific to these two properties if you're able to. I know that we've discussed a lot of different topics regarding the homeless over the years, but we want to try to keep the comments pertaining to this grant as much as possible. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, and other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. And just to let you know, we do have some lights up here at the podium. So you have 2 minutes to speak. When the yellow light goes off, you have 30 seconds. So start winding down, and then when the red light goes off, it means your time is up. And I appreciate it when you wrap up, with just a few words there, so that we don't have to cut you off. And I'm not going to take the blue cards for this. The blue cards are for our general public comment later. So anyone who wants to speak on this issue regarding these grants, please step forward, state your name, Let us know whether or not you live in the city limits, and again, try to keep it on topic in 2 minutes.
Hi. Holly Morton, Josephine County and in the city. You know, I'm looking at this, and we have two businesses involved. We have the business of the city, and we have the business of the kind people at Mint, you know, who we know are lovely people. We're engaging in one business venture together. And I mean, the first thing I would say about this is it strikes me as being a wildly undercapitalized project. I mean, we just don't know where the money's going to be coming from over a period of time. We kind of have a hope, but in actual business, it's considered wildly undercapitalized, and I'm certainly worried about that. And the second thing I'm really worried about is the lack of a really solid business plan. I just don't see it. You know, I've written a lot of business plans for RCFEs and different things like that, residential care facility for elderly. And when you submit a plan for something like that, you know, it's usually going to be a 2-inch binder with an awful lot of information in it. And what I feel is that there's a zillion questions that are being asked, and I just don't feel we have a sense of what the answers are. And, you know, as a citizen, I feel that when we enter into a business arrangement as a city council, we want to have an expectation of success. We don't want to go into it thinking, well, if it fails, we can do this and we can do that. And the best expectation of success is a really good plan. And I absolutely am terrified by what I see. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wanting to speak on this issue?
My name is Colonel Steve Marshall, United States Marine Corps retired. In Los Angeles, I was involved in a project with the city of Santa Monica and the Salvation Army for the homeless. It was very successful. A lot of mental illness, a lot of drug addiction, alcoholism. Those are mental illness, the underlying issue of the drugs and alcohol. And people would come into us. They'd come in 3 in the afternoon, check them in. They'd eat dinner. We had meetings coming in from NA and AA. They could be loaded after 30 days if they liked what we was offering, because during the daytime we'd send them out to different agencies in the community that would help them out. I don't know about all the agencies here you've got, but people would end up with their own apartment, with a job, okay, on medication, being useful, productive members of society. So I see this as a huge project, and it's very feasible, and thank you for your service to the community. Personally, I don't believe it's a handout. I believe it's hand up, okay? Everybody needs that at some time in their life. I don't know if you've made it there yet or not, but the time might be coming for you. Thanks for your service. And the creator is in charge of the whole show. Thank you.
Do I hit it to go or anything?
Nope.
Great, okay. Hi, everyone. Skylar Fate. I'm a city resident. I'm also the community engagement manager with All Care Health. My work involves working with our nonprofits across the regions that we serve, and I can tell you that Mint has risen to the top as a leader in mobile integrative services. When you're in Ashland, they talk about Mint. When you're in Medford, they talk about Mint. When you're in Cape Junction, they talk about Mint. I was at a Public Health Association conference in Corvallis, and they talked about Mint and the services that they're offering. So Mint follows evidence-based practices, but they're also flexible enough to shift for the needs of the population that they serve. All Care has supported Mint and will continue to support them in their endeavors. I have had the opportunity to work closely with Mint over the past year, and I always feel inspired, impressed, and just overwhelmed by the strategies, operations, plans, and outcomes that they have. The problem that Mint is working to address is a community problem that's going to require a community solution. That means all of us. So this decision tonight could be incredibly impactful to the work that Mint gets to do. They have scraped things together up until this point, and they have made it successful with the lack of support that they've had. So imagine just a little bit more what that would get them. So regardless of the decision tonight, I would encourage people to keep learning about Mint, be curious about their services, donate, volunteer, give your time. We will continue to support Mint in the work that they do. So thank you.
Is there anybody else wanting to speak on this issue? Go ahead and line up, that's fine.
Thank you. I'm Scott Nelson. I am the board chair of Mint. I'm also the vice chief of staff at Three Rivers Medical Center and a citizen of our wonderful community. Back in June, I watched with bated breath the events that occurred in Washington, D.C. as the Supreme Court heard our case from our little town. And I was thrilled that the Supreme Court voted the way that it did. I think cities have the right to monitor and police themselves and have control of their property. But I did read the minority opinion because they ask a very important question that I think we are facing here tonight, and that question is, and then what? While we have ownership of our parks and our resources as a community and as a city council, the problem still exists. And the question that I would ask you tonight is, if Mint is not successful in this endeavor, and then what? The situation that we find ourselves currently is really untenable and not a long-term solution. And as I said last time, it's not going away. And so we do need to find community partnerships to make this successful. And this collaboration between a city council and the nonprofits and the churches within our town is the best way forward. This is a community problem and a community solution that will fix this. And so finding ways to make that work is the best way to move forward. And this is a show of support for organizations that want to do the hard work that no one else wants to do. I appreciate all of your service. I just want to add one thing that probably was not stressed enough. We are seeking much in the way of funding as we move forward. The funders and grant givers for Mint that we are seeking to engage with look to a city council and a city for their collaboration with these nonprofits. Without your support, it becomes extremely challenging to move forward. So a vote tonight helps us get the monies that we need to be successful. Thank you very much.
Mike Pelfrey, city resident. I'm not going to, again, I've said that I'm not in support of Mint, but I'm definitely not in support of the city making a rash decision, knowing that within the next 30 so odd days, we have a new city leadership coming on board. One of the things I caught as the young lady was speaking about Mint is that I thought the goal of homelessness was to shrink. So there should never, ever be a reason, especially in a town this size. We are a small city, so you can't compare us to Medford or some of these other cities. We don't have the damn resources to do this, period. But let's go talk about the location for a second. The location is absolutely horrible. We've worked hard to get people out of our parks. So now what you're gonna happen is you already have people that are hanging out and loitering at the front of Mint as we see it now. I spoke to the manager at Bi-Mart. Do you think he's excited about this decision? Absolutely not. I'm worried that he's gonna lose all of his damn shopping carts. How are people gonna shop when they're strung out all over Bridge Street or all over our bridge? Have you walked along our bridge lately to see how much graffiti and the crap that's there? So in my opinion, the location, I like the thought of what they're trying to accomplish. It's the location and the rush to do this. The location is horrible. It is going to do nothing but cause an issue within the center of our city. This needs to be, if anything, it needs to be on the outskirts of our city, and maybe you work with the county and perhaps find a location that's more suitable in the county. But the city of Grants Pass is not set up to run the homeless industrial complex. Come on, people, pull your heads out of your ass.
Is there anybody else wanting to speak on this issue?
Shoni Nelson, Grants Pass, Oregon. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to take a moment to discuss some concerns I have regarding Mint, a nonprofit that I've been following closely. While I appreciate the valuable work they do, there are some troubling aspects of their operation that I believe warrant attention. Specifically, I'm concerned about their transparency and/or funding. From my research, I found that Mint bills clients by insurance companies and they recently were awarded a $150,000 grant from AllCare, which is state funding in place. Is this money from state funding or is it from private sources? When I've asked about their funding sources, the resources have been vague, and that lack of clarity is troubling. As a nonprofit, transparency is key to maintaining public trust, and not fully answering questions about funding only invites doubt. Additionally, I've noticed that Mint has referred to other groups, such as Park Watch, as vigilantes. Their language feels dismissive and suggests that Mint may not be open to collaboration or help from other organizations. It gives the impression that they might be trying to control the narrative rather than working together for a common cause. I believe in the power of partnership, and a refusal to engage with others undermines that potential. In conclusion, while Mint's mission is admirable, I think it's important for them to be more forthcoming about their funding and to foster a spirit of collaboration with other organizations. Not profits, especially those working in the public interest, should operate with transparency, openness, and integrity. I hope that Mint takes these concerns seriously and works towards becoming more transparent and cooperative moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this issue?
Thank you for this opportunity. Good evening. I'm Julie Thomas. I'm president of PATH, and I'm representing the PATH leadership team right now. First, I wanted to thank the City Council, Grants Pass, and Mayor and Grants Pass Police, and all the others who heard what the community was asking for by returning our city parks to their intended use. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that was a very difficult decision, but a necessary one. I also want to acknowledge how difficult it was to move encampments to city properties, but necessary, albeit temporary only. It is now time to make another difficult yet necessary decision to support the purchase of Parker's Place and the Bimart property so that we can relieve the city of any further financial burden and liability. This would also secure property that can shelter people in a safer manner while they're receiving navigation services to transition from homelessness to a better life situation, whether it be treatment, mental health assistance, transitional or permanent housing, job placement, etc. We have many amazing nonprofits that are doing great things to impact homelessness and all its complexities in our community, but there is still a gap needing filled, and Mint is the only local nonprofit to date that is willing and able to fill this particular gap. This is a one-time investment by the city, not an ongoing like J and 7th Street properties. This should free up J and 7th Street properties for further development, which is what the original plan was. This fills a gap in addressing our homeless issues and gets people off the street, out of their cars, and into a safer, more controlled environment. This ensures 24/7 management and oversight of the property, which doesn't currently exist at J and 7th Street. Mint is a proven commodity and is supported by other nonprofits and stakeholders with experience and expertise to help guide their expansion, as well as many committed volunteers willing to help Mint succeed. In a perfect world, all our community members would be housed, healthy, productive, and safe. But until then, we must do what we can to improve our situation with the resources we have. Thank you very much.
Catherine, Hamilton County. I was wondering how this was going to fly. I hadn't been watching the workshop. Can't do that right now. I'm trying to see what the city would have to lose if they tried to, if they were to go along with this. If Mint started doing this and everything went to hell in a handbasket in a year or two, what's going to happen? The city is going to end up with a piece of property, if I understand all this correctly, that will be worth, theoretically, more than it was purchased for because they've been working on it, maintaining it, hopefully. I'm not speaking for them. I'm not with them. I love them. But if they swept the floor, if they replaced a window, if they fixed some of the wiring, it's going to be worth more than what it was purchased for. I don't see the downside of it. And question, folks, you know, where are these people going to go when the water treatment plant starts hopefully being built? Where are you going to put the 100 tents? You want them back in the parks? I mean, I understand wanting, the whole thing of the city money. Mint is trying. Mint is trying. They're trying to help. Let them try it. Otherwise, where are these folks going to go? I don't see the downside of it. I was at Mint one day. A gentleman ended up on the front step. They weren't open yet. One of Mint's representatives said, "May I help you?" "Well, yeah, I just got off the bus and they told me to come here." This is not going to stop. Even if it's drug addiction, hopefully we can wind that down to a degree. The homeless are not going to stop.
Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Eric. I live here in the city. In full disclosure, I work as a low-level city employee, and so I am not speaking representing the city in any way. My wife and I also volunteer at Mint. We help organize clothes, and I am so far down on the pecking order there, I've never even met Cassie. But hi. And I admit you're wrestling with some serious issues. The property may in fact look like a dog. I know I personally resent having to give money out of my pocket as a taxpayer to pay for homeless services. And so I understand the reluctance. But I would like you to not compare this deal against some sort of perfection or the almighty, but compare it to the alternative. And really think about what that is. Do you think it's going to be cheaper to move these people along with law enforcement? We've already seen how many millions it can require to beef up our law enforcement to handle a problem like this. That's a little more expensive than this building. Have you thought about the potential legal ramifications of leaving these people uncared for? It's potentially more impactful than the costs we're thinking about here tonight. So while I appreciate that you are safeguarding taxpayer money, this is really an exercise in risk management and avoiding the bigger risk. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Clint Scherf, incumbent mayor, coming in after you guys. Thank you for your time. We all know how this is going to go tonight. We're going to have a 4-4 with Sarah kind of breaking the tie. We're going to go forward with this. I am in dismay because there's not enough questions being answered. Mint is a great organization. I'm not here to argue the premise behind this. I'm here to jog you guys a little bit. You guys are not even asking the right questions. Rob's the only one actually asked questions about how it's going to operate. There's no operational plan in this. You guys are actually giving away money. Everybody keeps saying it's a city money. This is not city money. This is taxpayer dollars. So that comes out of everybody's pocket. I think Mint is a great organization. Yes, we need to do something, but I believe you guys are doing this in haste. You can all read into what that you want, but I think you need to take a step back and you need to ask more questions. You need to know the whole parameters of what's going to happen, how Mint is going to actually operate this. They're actually saying that they don't have the experience in operating this and they want to learn. That is great. Then work with them and get a plan together. There is no operational plans. There's no metrics for success. There's no anything on the table. If there's a document out there, please provide it. I haven't seen it yet. So please consider the fact that you should take a breath and ask 6 more questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Victoria Marshall. I'm worried that there's too much haste as well. It sounds like there's a great beginning of an idea here, but the city has no idea what the plan is. I would have to agree with Clint that not enough questions have been asked, and it's going too quickly. So I think councilors need to step back and ask how much is it going to cost to get the site up to standard fire code? How many people are going to be there? And is that going to help the situation that we have now? It's a lot of money for and the money, the ask was for $750,000. The building costs $460,000. That's the appraisal. So those are big, you know. I mean, I haven't heard anything about, is the ask less now? Or are we just giving more because why? So I think these these questions need to be answered. And so please take the time to do that and take a step back. There's a lot of legal issues, there's a lot of fire issues, and the community certainly hasn't had enough input. So that's what I would ask. A great beginning plan, but definitely not fleshed out, and the city needs to take a step back and figure out, let this settle, you know. You're gonna have questions tomorrow, and you're gonna say, oh my gosh, I should have asked that. So wait, thank you so much.
Dale Aldridge, city resident. They built a parking lot over there on G Street behind some nonprofit building. And I got a notification 6 months in advance that they were gonna build a parking lot. Now, I'm a business owner right next to this place. And it isn't a day go by that I'm not picking up needles and foil, or people coming up to our customers and me, can I get a nickel? Can I get a dime? Or they've been turned away from Mint and they come down to us to get a phone because, hey, they're saying I'm on drugs. Yes, you are. Nobody's talked about that yet. What's the rules of coming into that place? Do you gotta be drug free? Do you gotta be in a program? Nothing. You've got a lot of unanswered questions here, and you need to answer them. And don't rush this thing through. This plan is well, I've had Mint in our meetings. They got a great plan, but this is being rushed with the city council members that are all been voted out by this city because of your inaction in the last 2.5, 3 years in the parks. Parks are back to us. Let's get another location that's better, that Mint can run without having to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of upgrades. Thank you.
Mark Collier, City of Grants Pass. So any speech teacher will tell you, know your audience. I have two questions. Just thumbs up if you would. How many councilors have toured the building in question? Just show me a thumb. None?
This isn't an opportunity for interaction,
I'm just
Mark.
curious.
You know how this
works. Know my
works.
audience. Second, do you know the current lease value that Mint is paying? And I understand it's zero. So when I went through the building, the tutorial that I got was that Mr. Parker wanted to retire. He loved Mint, wanted to give him the building, $0. Those are my assumptions. That's what I was told. So what did they do? They had to punch the hole in the side of the building in order to get conditioned air into the building during summer whenever they got the building. Fast forward to June 29th, you got the indication from the Supreme Court said you're free to go. And what did you do? You waited. I asked you to have a plan going forward. Whether the Supreme Court reverses in part or in full, have a plan. You mocked me and said no. Collectively, I got no response. No plan, no nothing. Wait at the end of August, we lost the summer, the homeless were in the parks, finally we take action. What's the action? I don't know, 17, 14, 12, 2. Dither, nothing. Now we're here in December at the end of the year, and every member here that was up for election was voted out. By just statistical value, had the rest of you been up for a vote, you also would have been out. So why are you ramming this through? This building is not ready, nowhere near ready. It doesn't make the appraisal value, didn't do the appraisal. You accepted their appraisal. You don't know what the lease value is. The value of that property is what it's being paid for in the lease right now, and that's zero. That's the value. No one would take it. So if it reverts to him, Mr. Peter Parker, on February 1, it's also worth zero. It ain't worth $750. It ain't worth $490. I've been inside. I know what the HVAC and all the other problems are. The value of that property is zero. And we're going to hold that to you in an appraisal process. And if you vote through tonight, Rob, you're the only one that we don't know about, we'll take it down. You should not do that tonight. Should not.
Bob McGuire, lifetime resident. Way too fast getting into this. I can't believe what we're doing here. You guys all need to listen to that man right there. He's the one that you guys need to listen to. The fire marshal. That place shouldn't have people in it at all, especially the wooden floor place. I'll tell you that it's unsafe. It's not up to code. It's not ADA. The doors are, you know, you got people in wheelchairs and you don't have, it's got steps out. You know, the guy's the old man I seen, he almost went off the edge when I was driving by. And I'm gonna laugh when he goes off the edge into 6th Street, gets hit by a car, and you guys are involved, and you guys are sued. The city gets sued for millions of dollars because he's dead. Because there's no ramps, it's not ADA, and you guys hurried up into it. And the reason why you guys are going away is because we elected you out, and you rushed into this because of this, and we got you out because of this. So you guys need to listen to that man right there, because he's the one that's gonna save your ass. Bye-bye.
This is so hard for me. I'm just amazed at human nature all the time.
Can you let us know who you are, Patty?
You know, we've had this problem now for years. We've all been talking about it. We fight about it. I mean, it almost looks like it's the Congress in here. We've got the Republicans and the Democrats with the way we all are interacting. It's stupid. We have the problem here. We have a group of people that on their own started to work on it and do what they can. They have done a lot. You know, a lot of the folks that are homeless here are sent up to the place you're talking about that has more people there. They come from here too, because we send them there to treatment. So what I'm saying is, why can't we all just come together and fix it? If you've got somebody that knows how to write great business plans, then get together and make a great business plan. This is asinine. I've been a nurse for 40 years here. I've raised all my kids here. I love to do what I can at Mint to just help bodies that suffer. But you're talking about a wheelchair rolling off a front porch. Go look at J Street and see the people slithering around in mud and cold and miserable. How can you really care? Why can't we all get together? I'm also with a group that's starting Recovery Cafe, which is going to be a nice step for people to come after treatment. I think there's so many things we could do as a city if we would get together and quit this fucking fighting.
Hi, I'm Cassie. I live in the city, and I just want to let you all know I do have a business and operational plan. I just am not sharing it with everyone because I'm not asking for operational dollars or partnership. It's something for our board of directors and community partners to work with. So I don't want you guys to think I don't have a business plan or operational plan, or we're not looking and working towards that. It's just not something I feel appropriate for this conversation or the ask, and more than happy to share things offline with City Council as they seem appropriate.
Indra Nicholas, I live in the city. I really do admire Mint and what you're doing. I can tell she works tirelessly, and I appreciate the volunteers and all the work you do. I have several concerns. However, the location for me is just hideous. So you're going to be moving from campsites, resting sites, to another resting site, another urban campground, just in a different part of town. That's what's going to happen when you talk about an urban campground with 40 or 50 people. I'm wondering about how many residents in that area are here tonight or even know that this is happening, because I bet you they wouldn't be too happy with it, because everywhere it goes, there's trouble with the businesses. They're robbed, there are graffitis, there are people hanging out, and the residents aren't going to like it. You run the city through taxpayer money. And just not too long ago, I'll refresh your memory, there was a discussion here on how much to spend on these resting sites. And you ended up at, I think, $325,000. And that it should have been lower, it could have been higher. And now you're talking about just throwing out $750,000. These are funds that are going to come from other programs in the city, from repair of buildings, from fire and safety. It's not like free money out there. It's coming from other places in the city that where the taxpayers would like it to see being spent. So I really, while I appreciate the goal of it and we want to help people, is it the city's job to provide all this money and not do things for the people who are actually paying taxes?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Augustine. I'm part of the city of Grants Pass. I'm a new arrival, been here for about a little over a year, and I love it. And what really discerns me is the negative and positives. We all got views.
Talk to them, please.
We all got, that's all right, I'm talking to you too, my friend. You got it. But it seems like it's such a decisive change. And just like in construction, as everyone's in construction, it takes time to change. What I see with Mint's got the heart of gold to make things happen if given the opportunity. The location and the housing of it and the money you spend in that, that's a different story, Cassie. I'm not trying to take nothing away from you, because I'd rather see that money go into another building or another site that's going to uplift it instead of having to go from the ground. But it's a game plan. I'm involved with Dove Ministries. We go there every Wednesday to feed the homeless out in the rain, whatever it takes, the mud. It don't matter. We're there, just like clockwork. I don't know if anyone here is be able to see him face to face, handshake him, give him a hug, but I do that because that's just who I am. It's what I've been raised to be. And I think part of, like, even with Mint, I think they needs more collaboration between the council here, the police officers, the fire, the whole 9 yards, especially with the police. They can't handle this all themselves. And it's not taking your manpower away, it's orchestrating it out where it's going to be easy on you. And I just want to thank you very much for listening me out. I appreciate everyone's comments that came from back of me. It's well noted. It's a solution that's going to have to take time to deal with it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shaw Rose. I've only lived in Grants Pass for 3 years, and I can say that this is one of the most remarkable, beautiful places I've ever lived. When I moved here, I didn't know much about the place, so I started watching City Council, started seeing what all of you do. I've watched a lot of meetings. You guys have covered a lot in the last 3 years, and I've seen a lot of contention, and I love it when I see you guys all work together and agree, because that's really when things get done. I was surprised at how many people here talked about the homelessness as if they were a plague and a disease on this town. So I made the choice to volunteer at Mint so that I could say with actual certainty what I see them doing in our community and not a hypothetical. What I have seen over the last 3 months volunteering there is a remarkable group of people that dedicate a ridiculous amount of hours to serving the citizens of this town. Every single person that is in a homeless situation right now is a citizen of the United States, of Oregon, and of Grants Pass. They are human beings. I don't think that they should be in tents in gravel pits. I don't think that they should be in our parks, because I'm also a mother of 3 children, and I like taking them there and having that beautiful space for us all to enjoy. I feel that I will continue to do everything I can to support Mint and what they are doing in this community, because what they are really doing is caring about the citizens in this town that don't have a voice, that don't have a couple pennies in the pot that we all use as our tax dollars at work. As somebody who puts money into taxes and works, my son works, my husband works, and I really, really hope that you consider supporting this project and keeping Mint in this town, because they are saving lives.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this issue? All right, we'll close public comment. Turn it back to council for discussion. DJ.
Sure. One of the unanswered questions I have is where we're going to fund this from. You know, we have some options before us, land building, et cetera. I can preface this by saying that I'm not generally comfortable taking budgeted items like land and building and evacuating for this purpose, right? And that inevitably leads me to asking about our contingency funds, what those percentages approximately are, given that we're halfway through the budget. What is the percentage that we desire for our borrowing power for the future, and if contingency is a realistic funding source for this grant?
May need you to repeat some of those questions that you strung in there, but let me try and do my best to answer all of them. Best practice for general fund is 25%. That pretty much ensures a high rating for any bond issuance that you would do out of the general fund. Currently, or if you go back a little bit just to preface where we are right now, so last year we started the budget cycle with a 41% general fund balance. Through the budgeting practice, even with adding the public safety utility fee, we got down to 30%. So if you're doing the math on where we would be today, we're going to start this year at about 38%, dropping about 11% puts you at about 27-ish% with a little bit of wiggle room. Now again, costs are going up. We know PERS rates are going to go up. Insurance and some of these other things are going to go up as well. So we're going to be probably pretty close to the water line when all things are said and done.
I don't need to repeat my question. You answered it. Thank you.
Dwayne.
Yeah, my question is towards Chief of Police here, because he hasn't responded yet, so we'll throw him in there. And I've had some conversation with you recently, Chief. Can you talk to the kinds of people you're encountering, the thefts we're having, bicycles were just stolen as in the newspaper, just some of the criminality, and where these people are coming from that you've told me about, please?
I guess my response, Counselor, to you kind of took me back to something a citizen mentioned about millions of dollars for policing to police the additional problems. We have plenty of problems that we have to police, and we've been dealt a different hand since 2020 with the unhoused issue that we've managed over the years and taken to the United States Supreme Court. So I don't want to disparage anybody. However, we run into a lot of problems with people in the J Street camp. We run into a lot of problems with people on 7th Street, but we run into a lot of problems with people in general. This community, and most people don't see it, because your police force, the men and women of our police department, work really hard to hold people accountable to many different crimes that are happening. I've often said that the livability, low-level crimes that actually happen within the unhoused community are prioritized in a different manner to, let's say, a robbery or a burglary. So do we have issues that happen? And I don't want to judge somebody and say they're a suspect or a person of interest because they live on a campsite, But yeah, the answer is yes, we do. However, the city has a lot of issues. And hopefully that answered your question. I certainly don't want to sit here and disparage or point a finger. But the campsites do have drugs and alcohol. We do have people overdosing. We do have our officers responding to trespass after trespass, shoplift after shoplift, theft after theft. And currently we have a rash of burglaries. And I might, as we recall a conversation, we have a drug problem in this community. We have a drug problem in Southern Oregon, but we have a robust drug team that impacts the trafficking of illegal narcotics up and down the I-5 corridor. And when we're doing a really good job thwarting drugs in our community, supply and demand impacts the cost of drugs throughout the community, and the price is really, really high right now. And that's because our cops are doing a pretty good job, and that's Southern Oregon in general. Hopefully that answers your question. You did.
Brian.
I mean, the chief raises an interesting point, and you know, it's safe to assume that when you concentrate people like that in the camps, that you're going to see higher rates of crime in those locations. That makes sense. Before that, people were spread out all through the parks, all throughout the city. I don't know that more or less crime was being committed then than is now, or if it's just more concentrated. And also, Chief, if you could speak to, you know, your perspective of if having a managed site is going to be a benefit or a detriment compared to the current situation.
Yeah, that's a great question, Counselor. And just to kind of tackle the crime and livability issues throughout our community and how we manage that, you know, people are people, and when you have folks struggling and are have issues with substance abuse, they tend to steal. And that's not judging, it's just the reality of life. And a lot of people that we deal with and come in contact with are very good. They cooperate, and we don't have too many issues with them. However, we do run into a lot of people that are incredibly unpredictable, and they like to run into traffic and be disorderly and cause disturbances. And then we get into use of force issues with them, and sometimes my officers get hurt, and sometimes individuals get hurt, and that's the last thing we want to do. And that even sounds like a lot, but it's actually low-level contacts, to be quite frank. We actually had I was on my way home from back to the office from a meeting today and stopped a vehicle that we were quite concerned with. And homeless people were the last thing on my mind at that stage of the game. So there's a tiered impact of crime in our community. As far as your question about a managed campsite is much better than what we have right now. An unmanaged campsite is causing nothing but problems. Nothing but problems.
Rob.
Yeah. So I just want to, just for background, if anyone's just tuning in tonight for the first time, for at least 3 years, you know, I've been a pretty vocal supporter of the concept of a managed site of some sort. And as a matter of fact, when I was elected in 2022, I made sure that everyone was sure that's where I stood. And I'm really, the more I know about Mint, the more I learn about him, I'm more and more impressed. There's zero doubt. They have incredible strength to be able to deal with all the things they've dealt with, and 105-degree heat, and moving people around, and taking care of people, and all that. I'm not at all enamored with the idea of this particular building. This particular building it's a big hole. You know, it's a big battle for Mint. It's an uphill climb, and I don't know if they should necessarily have to do that. You know, just to continue on with, I guess, Brian's question and the chief's response, there are a lot of people, I'm quite sure, I know it's true, there's a lot of people who don't believe that a managed site could possibly be good or safe at all. I know that. And there's a lot of them in this room, because they've said it over the years. And they've said it in emails, and they've said it in person, and now they kind of round the corners on the statements that they've made, but they don't believe that a managed site can work. So I'm going to read a couple letters here. One is from the former police chief in Medford regarding the Rogue Retreat operations over there. And he's retired now, but this is when he was the police chief. I've been very pleased with the operation of the shelter and urban campground in Medford, and again, those are managed sites. These are not easy accomplishments, and Rogue Retreat has stepped up to the task. Rogue Retreat has listened to the city, and especially the police department in the very beginning after a rough start. They've improved every year and now run a model program that has low impact on their neighbors. They have very low crime stats and calls for service at each of their locations. This is impressive considering their mix of clientele. I can go into greater detail if you wish, and so on and so forth. That was signed by Scott Clausen, Chief of Police in Medford. The second letter I'm going to read is from Lieutenant, actually, it's funny, he must be a lieutenant now. He's a sergeant when he spoke in council chambers here. In 2021, he came and spoke to Grants Pass City Council. And he says, one of the concerns that I often hear from communities is that of skepticism when Rogue Retreat approaches them with the proposal to open a facility in their community. There is a fear that crime will rise, that general neighborhood appearance will diminish, and that undesirables will impact general livability in that area. As a city that embraces several Rogue Retreat facilities within our city limits, I can assure you that is not the case. As a nearly 20-year law enforcement professional, I have zero concern with the management, placement, and safety surrounding these programs. In fact, I often tell community groups that the police calls for service at these facilities are usually less than in most of our affluent neighborhoods. And again, that's not my opinion. That's not something that I created. That's not something I wrote. That's Lieutenant Jeff Kirkpatrick, Community Engagement Division, Medford Police Department. And when he came here, he was represented as the police officer that was basically interacting with Rogue Retreat and kind of the homeless czar over there, so to speak. So I know that managed site can work. I've seen it. I saw it in Roseburg as well, and their site up there is actually in a residential neighborhood, which is pretty mind-blowing to me. And it works up there too. So a managed site can work. And I know that there's people in this room, and I actually suspect that there are people who are recently elected who don't believe that. And I don't suspect that they've told me that. So I know that they don't believe that. I believe that a managed site can work. This building, I think, might be a real uphill battle for Mint, one that they don't, in a certain sense, deserve. They shouldn't have to work that hard, and it's unfortunate that this is really the only opportunity that they've been offered so far. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Dwayne, then Valerie.
Thanks, Rob. You got some good points, and I'm probably only going to say this once. I agree a little bit with Mark Collier a little bit. Me and him don't get along, but he had some good points. I'm going to go and give him kudos when I hear kudos. I just have concerns about this building. I've known this building for over 45 years. I've known Tom Parker my entire life living here. I've delivered furniture in that property, and it was a junky building back then. I'm just going to be honest with you. The wood floors, when people pee on them, the electrical, I know how cheap Tom is. Sorry, Tom, that I'm saying this, but I know Tom Parker. I live down the street from Tom. I grew up with his kids. I know Tom. You know, so nothing against Tom. Tom has a good heart. Tom is a veteran, a Vietnam veteran. He's done a lot of great things, but the building is junk. It really is. I'm a realtor, plus a lot of other things. You gotta have a kitchen. You gotta have electrical that works. You gotta have bathrooms that gotta work. You gotta have sprinkler systems, parking, all this stuff here. Man, I could have sold you a million other buildings that are cheaper than this and better. I just, in the location, it really is a bad location. I'm not against Mint, I'm against this building. If Mint wants to do this, Mint has every right to do what they want to do. That's our country, you know what I'm saying? But I'm against this building. I don't understand
why we would want to buy these buildings and this property, the location. I'm kind of curious of why this wasn't on the newspaper the last 2 days, because this was trying to rush to be buying property before, and was hidden by this council and mayor before I came on, and it wasn't in the paper today or yesterday. And I was concerned why it wasn't in the paper, because I think the public should have knew what was going on tonight. And it wasn't in the paper. And I've got along with Vicky great. You know, I don't know if it's Vicky's fault. It's not you. I sent you some information, but I wanted the public to know what was going on. The public has a right to know what's going on. The public has a right to come in these doors and speak their piece. Either I agree or disagree with them. That's the American way. And I spent 21 years in the military believing that. Even if I disagree with you, you know, I disagree with Brian, I still let him talk to me sometimes, you know. But we can disagree, and I don't think the public has been informed long enough to know what's going on, which is a shame. They should all be able to weigh in their personal beliefs of what's going on and weigh in, whether you like them or not. That's just how it is. That's how our system works. And that's not what's happening. This is being rushed and pushed through because certain councilor and mayor are leaving, and this has been a goal of theirs for a long time. And that's great. That's their goal. I'm not having them against their goals. It's the way it's happening. You know, and I don't care. I've told this to Rob. I don't care if I get outvoted. You know, I don't have anything against Rob. I mean, he and him talk so much sometimes. It's very funny. But we disagree a lot too, you know. I mean, you see us up here laughing, whatever. Some days I hate Rob, but, you know, there's days I like him. And I mean, but that's just the American way, you know. That's the thing we have. And this is, to me, is just a bad idea, putting a big Band-Aid on things that people want to really do a good job in a poor location, with a poor building, I heard it had a leaky roof. I don't even know, I haven't been there in a while, but it was old 45 years ago looking, and it's still old today to me. So it's just, I'm gonna be a no tonight, and it's really because of the building and the fire and everything else that's gotta go along with it. And the location, I mean, Dell's right, his wife's business is right there. Little restaurant thing, I mean, and that parking lot was a mess when the parks were open. I hate to push that right back to Dell's business. It's just not a good place. It needs to be outside the skirts of the city limits if you're gonna do this, where it's not gonna affect, and it's not gonna see when we're getting off work and going down Redwood, you know, out of here on Williams Highway, and we have this overflow of people. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just assuming that's gonna happen. And I mean, it's already looks bad. And I've visited all the homeless in Bend and other places, you know. I've met some really great people. I've met some recovering people. I've served at the mission for, you know, Thanksgiving last year. There's a lot of good people doing good things, you know. And I don't have to agree with them, but I think they have a good heart. And that's all I really got to say tonight. Thank you.
Valerie.
Yeah, I'm going to go back, and I think we can all say this isn't the ideal and most wonderful building, but I want to go back a little bit because I keep being told that we're rushing this through, and I'm going to tell you that this started before a majority of these people were even here. The lawsuit that we fought against was brought in 2018, 2019. I mean, it's a long time ago. So most of these people, I was actually on the council at the time it came forward, but most of these people weren't even on council. They just kind of came and had to deal with it. And it was hard to deal with. You're talking about an injunction where you really can't do anything, and people say, well, you should have done things 2 or 3 years ago. Our hands were tied. I will tell you, if I go to any other community, they thank me. They thank our small community for keeping our hands where they were and bringing it as far as the Supreme Court. If we had not been patient and waited for the Supreme Court to answer, then we'd all be back to where we began with. So I am saying that from my perspective and my history, and it's a history of being on council, that this started before most of these people were here. They came in thinking they could do something too. And the reality of it is the legal system is set up that our hands were tied, and we were asked and told not to do anything and let it be dealt with at the level of the Supreme Court. And it did. And we got what we wanted from the Supreme Court. That was monumental. And if I go to any other community, they thank me. And they say, thank you for taking it to the Supreme Court and having the balls to not spoil it before you got there. So it is appreciated in other communities, if not this. So we did that. And in that time, in the last 4 years, we worked with Rogue Retreat. A lot of what you see on this in the contract was developed when we were working with Rogue Retreat, before Rogue Retreat went kaputs, and we knew at that point that that was not something that we could do, that Rogue Retreat had to pull back and they had to do what they could do for those people in Medford. So we were like this close to getting this taken care of back in 2021 when that fell apart. So a lot of what we're doing now was set up back then. We went through watching, and we've been looking at properties for years for this. I mean, we've had many, many executive sessions where we have looked at property all over the city. We have been to every segment of the city having public meetings about having it in their neighborhood. There's not been a single one that has wanted it. Of course they don't want it. Nobody wants it. But you know, those people that are there and sitting in 7th and J, they're citizens too. And a lot of them, we do know that some of them are coming in, but most of them are people from Grants Pass. I know some of them, and they're people from Grants Pass. They have a right to live here, and that's not a very good place to be living. So they're not strangers that have been bussed in here because we have great services. If they were being bussed to services, they'd be bussed to Medford, because they have more services than we do. So we've been dealing with so if you're talking about a timeline, this timeline goes way back. We've also dealt with UCAN. Most of us have traveled to Rogue Retreat numerous times. We have traveled to Roseburg several times. We have dealt with UCAN. We have tried to get something going, and lo and behold, a little grassroots mint organization steps up to the plate and does more than any other of those organizations. They work with UCAN. They work with Rogue Retreat. As a matter of fact, I was at a meeting today, Rogue Valley Council of Governments, and somebody there from Soretti said, oh, yes, he was on the board for Rogue Retreat, and he said, we're really looking forward to working with your city and you finally having something for your city. Because, you know, a lot of our people are being shipped over there and back, and it's a hassle. So a lot of those people are our community members that need our help. So the timeline tells me we've been dealing with this for 4 years. So that this is not a let's rush it to the end. It just happens to be that this is where it is at this point. And it needs to be finished. I think that people who will be coming into council will be happy if there's something going forward that's helping and doing something other than what we have right now. And yes, this building is not the ideal building, but there is no location that you will go to in the town of Grants Pass that is going to welcome it. And I will tell you, it's not in downtown Grants Pass. It's farther away from Grants Pass. Several of the other places we have on Rogue River Highway also help with it, and it's on a transportation route. So those people who need services can get on a bus to get to their services. That's something that most people don't consider, and I know the state does. So if the state gives money to organizations that are helping, they look to make sure that they have a transportation system for those people so they can get to the services that they're going to be needing. This one fits the bill. So for all of those reasons, I will be voting in favor of putting something together for them. Somebody mentioned the $750,000. We haven't talked about that. We haven't mentioned $750,000 tonight. We are simply looking right now at the buying the land and the building. So that will come up later. But I do feel that this is for the best of the community. And it's sad to me that it had to come up at this particular time, but I think under the circumstances, we need to finish business that we started a long time ago.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Public comment has ended.
We need to have the public, no outbursts, please. It's Joel's turn to speak.
Wow, that was exciting. I've been doing a lot of thinking, as we all have. I need to put my glasses back on. I even wrote some stuff down. First off, I'd like to honor Cassie for being honest. She told us the condition of the building. She didn't hide it from us. And to do otherwise would be dishonest. And it would not be a good move. So Cassie, you did good on that. You were honest. The other thing is that I heard, and this is the first time I've ever had a nonprofit say this to me, that all care actually pays for care and the medical care. And we've had nonprofits come before us and ask for operating expenses, and you ask about that, and they didn't say anything. And that was kind of disturbing to me, because I have some background in the medical community, and my wife is a member of All Care, and I know what they do and what they pay for. But yet I saw nonprofits coming to us and asking for money, and they were already getting reimbursed, but they wouldn't tell us. You told us. And that was interesting, so I respect you for that. I'm going to tell you some things here, and this is just a brain dump. I'm going to tell you then one anecdotal thing, and then I'm going to tell you what I think we need. Mike Pelfrey, you and I need to go to Bimart because we got 2 different answers, and we can do that. We can do that tomorrow. The other thing is, on these other campgrounds we put in, we never notified the neighbors at all. I mean, the one business owner out there by J Street went to work, and his parking lot was full of cars, and he needed his parking lot for his business. And that's just not respectful, and we can't do business that way. So we need to change that. Down in Medford, what Rogue Retreat did, they went around house to house, and it was very respectful and very well received. And when the camp came in, there was collaboration in the neighborhood, and there was a couple things that happened down there that I didn't feel good about, but it wasn't in the neighborhood itself. But we can talk about that at a different time. The other thing is, this would give the city an even greater logic for being reasonable under the state law to permanently close the 2 existing campgrounds and be legally defensible. The money spent on the existing camps would go down to 0, and the impact of the existing camps will diminish. It serves a segment of the population not served by the Gospel Rescue Mission, because people that have health issues and that have permanent disabilities that limit them, the Gospel Rescue Mission doesn't take care of that. If and when the Medicaid payments and donations are inadequate for operating expenses, which and that's a concern, it goes away. It ceases to be a solution. And the city can't afford it. So that's one thing I was going to address here at the end. The sustainability. Cassie mentioned that the people, when they come in, they register their names, and don't do background checks. I don't know if Rogue Retreat does that or not. You mentioned that, and I can't remember. But I'm certain it's not their intent to make it a den of thieves, like perhaps what the chief referred to with the unsupervised camps. And that's not to stereotype everybody within the camp. With the constant supervision and attention, 24 hours a day in a camp, it's anticipated, at least I would anticipate, that the bad actors would not go there and that they would leave town. Or they would test our police chief first, and then after they lost, they would leave town. And probably some of them would stay, and I don't know what the effect on the crime rate would be. And that's where my anecdotal thing comes in. So I went to Boise over the weekend. And I went to the Oregon State game, unfortunately. And we alienated all the fans from Boise State. My wife almost got massacred. But we had a good time. The chairman of Safeway and Albertsons lives in Boise. And they named the stadium after him, I guess, because, he's got a lot of money. And he put in a homeless shelter right next to his garage. There was no government money involved. I don't know how many of the Boise shelters are privately funded, but there was no government money involved at all, which I thought was good. This place was really nice. It was a Thanksgiving Day dinner for the players and their parents of Boise State, and we were polite, and we had Thanksgiving dinner with them and our friends, and watched TV. And then we went for our walk. Judy and I did. And there was a locked gate on the outside of the garage that also served as a kitchen for this Thanksgiving Day dinner feed. And the homeless camp was next door, and we walked about 2 miles, walked through the parks, beautiful parks like Riverside Park. They were all clear. And then when we came back by the homeless camp, there was 2 people fighting, and a man and the woman was just beating the heck out of the man, and he was screaming, and they were high, and I thought somebody was going to get hurt. This was outside the managed campground, okay, right outside the door. And then the guy who was really upset started following us, and we were walking back, and we hit this locked gate, and my wife didn't feel very good about these things because they were right behind us. And to say the story short, my son-in-law was situationally aware and let us in, and things were fine. Even with the camp, it's not going to solve the problem. Boise's got a lot more camps than we do. Medford has a lot more camps than we do. They have a 900 people waiting list for people to get into the camp. So to think that this is going to solve everything, it's not. Is it going to help some people, and is it going to make a difference? I think by shutting down the other 2 camps, yes. The money thing, it's going to save the money from the other 2 camps. The only question that I have, I think we're rushing it too fast. And I think everybody in their right mind, I hear a consensus building that this is something that we need to do. And I don't want to ruin that, and I want to look at the long-term sustainability. And so, Kazi, I want to look at that operation planning. And I want to look at that house and see if that's going to work or not. I mean, to jump at something just because we want to do it doesn't make it happen. In fact, you end up redoing it, and that's what we've been doing for 3 years. And I'm not for that. Maybe I don't know, Valerie, maybe it's longer than that. You've been here longer than I have. But I want it solved. Not that this is going to solve it, but it's going to help. And so I'm going to be voting no tonight, not because I don't like what we're doing, but we need to delay it till we get those things and ask those questions, look at the site, and not act like we all know what we're going to do and it's all going to work out and be rosy 4 years from now, 5 years from now. And that, and it'll happen because it makes a lot of sense.
Brian.
Thank you. One of the things I'm really going to miss about council is story time with Joel. So thank you. Thank you for one last story tonight. Sorry.
I used to coach this guy.
He did. This is my 7th grade basketball coach right here.
Hit the rebound.
But, all right. I'm going to try to be serious now. So, I'm not going to rehash everything everyone else has already said. A lot of good points have been made. I think there's broad consensus that Mint is doing good in our community, and we as a community want to support the good work that they're doing. And we have an opportunity to do that tonight. And we've been trying to have an opportunity like this ever since I got on council 4 years ago, and we've missed the mark a bunch of times. And we're never going to get a perfect opportunity to solve this problem. I don't even know if this problem is solvable. But this is the best opportunity that we've seen come across our desk in the past 4 years or longer. People concerned about us giving away taxpayer money. We're investing taxpayer money in this community. We are investing to make the community better. We're not giving away anything. If you want to talk about wasting taxpayer money, talk about the $200,000 we wasted to revamp the skate park. That was a waste. This is an investment. So, and it is money well spent. Mint has proven themselves. Mint has built themselves from nothing up to what they are now very quickly. And I don't think anyone can challenge, their heart and what they've accomplished. People thinking that this is going too quickly. We've been trying to work on this for years, and I've already kind of touched on that. But I was hopeful. In a lot of people spoke tonight, and I was hopeful. 3 of the 5 newly elected officials also spoke tonight, and I've been waiting and waiting for them to provide some sort of alternative or some sort of idea as opposed to just complaining and throwing excuses and why it can't work and why it's not going to work. So they've had ample opportunity for the past months to provide some sort of alternative plan, some sort of alternative idea, and they haven't done that. So I can only come to the conclusion that they don't have a plan, and that if we don't act, that nothing is going to happen on this. So I'm willing to say that because I haven't been proven otherwise. I think I'm just going to go ahead and get the ball rolling and see what happens. I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement, restrictive covenant, deed of trust, and promissory note between the City of Grants Pass and the Mobile Integrative Navigation Team for a navigation center and shelter at 220 Redwood Highway with a few amendments. Those being, oh boy. Those being Section 7, where it states the property has adequate beds and staffing to house 100 persons per night, changing the language from beds to space or spaces, and modifying the 100 persons a night to 50 within 6 months of them procuring the property, and a total of 100 within 18 months of them procuring the property. And amending Section 8 to remove the language about a pattern of repeated non-material breaches. And I think that might actually be it.
Is there a second? Seconded by Vanessa. Discussion on the motion, and Vanessa had previously had her hand up if she wants to go first.
I did want to ask if you would be willing to amend your motion to include, let's see, on page 247, under the restrictive covenant, section 2, it says the real property will be used exclusively for homeless services. Homeless services include the following: homeless shelter, urban campground, medical care for homeless persons, and warming, cooling stations or shelters, and amend that to include navigation services.
I would be willing to amend that motion to include that.
Thank you, I second.
What section was that in again?
I'm sorry, page 247 of the restrictive covenant, section 2, after now therefore.
Okay. Did Mark have a question over there?
Well, what I was asking here, and it's something that I kind of thought about putting in there when I was drafting this, is navigation. I don't know what the hell a navigation center is, to be honest with you. It's a term that's used in this context, and so I'd feel more comfortable. I'm fine with the concept, but I think it'd be better to just identify what is contained within a navigation center. I don't know. I mean, is it counseling? Is it, they point you in this direction to get, you know, this kind of service and that kind of service? I'm assuming that's where the term comes from.
Basically, yes, it would be a meeting space to meet with different service providers and get
I'd feel
access to
better,
resources.
I mean, since this is, you know, something that's supposed to be enforceable, I'd feel better if we enumerate what kind of services are contained within navigation. And I mean, it doesn't need to be super specific. I mean, again, it's called homeless services, but just saying navigation, I'm not very comfortable with that.
If I may, would it be, in your opinion, appropriate to use the Oregon State Legislature's definition of navigation center?
Sure. I'm gonna look that up, but I'm sure it's pretty good.
These terms are defined, even if those of us don't always work in this field know what they are. Okay, did you have any other comments you wanted to make right now, Vanessa?
I was going to make just some broad comments about tonight's discussion in general. It's interesting that the very first business meeting we had was on this very topic. I don't know if you guys recall that, for the Manzanita shelter, which would have had 100 beds. So for anyone to say that we have not been talking about this for the entire duration of our term means that they have just tuned in very recently. So it's interesting how things have gone full circle here. And in that time, we've been asking for a nonprofit to step up and do this work. We, as previously stated, we have had a couple of opportunities where groups have come forward, and we have gotten really close in terms of similar grants or identifying locations to ensure that this work can be done in our community. And those all fell through for separate reasons. So we now have a grassroots group in our community built by members of our community. And they've put the sweat equity in for several years and proved that their heart and soul is in the right place. And just last month in November, we heard from Mint about their success rates and you know, their tangible deliverables of how they've been able to change people's lives. And imagine how much better that could be if they did have roots, if they did have a building, if they had deep investments from state and private donors. So I think it's important to restate, it was stated earlier by a public comment, that we shouldn't shoot for perfect, that we should shoot for better. And I think that this is a really great start. And I will be supporting the motion this evening.
DJ?
We'll need to identify sources of funds. Was it intentional to leave that out of your motion, to just kind of say we're doing this and then how are we going to pay for it? Or
I figured it'd be easier to take one step at a time.
Sure.
So take the action and then
right. Well,
and then decide on funding.
My decision making is contingent on the funding source. And I don't want to be put in a situation to have to say no to this, because I think that this is really close to best case scenario given what council desires to do. And so from this councilor's perspective, the identification of funds of source is contingent on my decision for whether or not we're able to pursue this. My preference for the funds, if you don't mind, it's not directly correlated to the motion at hand, if I could, is contingency. I think that we could take the hit. I would be willing to entertain LB 0, some portion of that to reduce that hit, given that it is unallocated funds. There's hopes and dreams for it, but I think that's also a hit we could take. The combination of those two would be fine with me, but I think cleanest, easiest is a contingency, financing from contingency, because currently we have a general and financial liability at the resting sites, right? And I think we all want to get rid of that, okay? This capital injection could theoretically lead the city into a circumstance where it doesn't have that general and financial liability, and that would be ideal. And I think that would be the ultimate goal, is not having these resting sites as even in the conversation of possible solutions, because I don't think this was ever intended to be a solution. This was a stopgap measure, and we need to get away from that model, if you will. So I can't move forward with this motion until we identify those funding sources.
Brian?
So just to follow up, DJ, based on what the finance director said earlier, he anticipates that we will end the year around 27%, which is about 2% above our threshold of 25%. And 1% of contingency is about $330,000. So 2% is $660,000, which coincidentally lines up really well with the numbers that we're talking about here. So I would like to amend my motion to direct that the funding for this come from contingency.
Do you agree to that second, Vanessa?
I do, second.
Okay. Dwayne?
Have we talked about the value we're giving them, or we're just giving them $750, or?
This is just on the first section, so
Okay.
it says, the way it's written now is $460,000, and he didn't ask for a change on that.
Okay, so there's two, we're gonna do two different things here.
Yes, we have to do two
Okay.
different motions.
It's up to 460.
Up to 460, okay. Any further discussion on that? All right, so the motion was to approve the grant for the purchase of the property at, let me get the correct address here. Well, the Parker Place building property, 28, that one's 220 Redwood Highway, up to $460,000. With the following amendments would be in section 7 of the grant to change the term beds to space, reduce the number of 100 beds or spaces to 50 within 6 months of close, a total of 100 within 18 months. And then in section 8, removing item F, which referred to the pattern of non-material breaches. And then on page 247 of our packet, in the covenant section, item number 2, we would add navigation center to the list of potential homeless services to be offered out of the site, and that the funding would be coming from the general fund contingency.
Navigation center is defined by Oregon statutes.
Navigation center as defined by Oregon statutes. Sure. ORS. Okay. Any questions? No? Okay, go ahead, Rick.
I don't have a question, but I just feel the way the motion is made with the amendments and everything else, it's a step forward, and our community needs to move forward. The purpose of the council is public safety, health, and welfare, and I think this addresses it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, Brian, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
No, and with some additional information, that could easily be a yes.
Motion passed 5-3. All right, further discussion here. We have the other property. If you want to turn to make sure I get the right page here.
About that smirk on your face.
For the
You're all just like Obama.
Bye, Mike.
I wish I was that smart.
Fight me.
Where, dipshit? Whoa.
Okay, so now we're looking, page 271 is in your extra packet here is the beginning of the second grant package regarding the second property at 210 Redwood Highway. So if everyone wants to, if you want to take a minute to look through that, maybe you already have. Go ahead, Brian.
I don't know, we got some issues happening. I'll wait a second.
People falling out of their chairs.
Well, there's not going to be, there's no presentation. We already had public comments, so we're essentially just rolling into discussion for this, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement, restrictive covenant, deed of trust, and promissory note between the City of Grants Pass and the Mobile Integrative Navigation Team for a navigation center and shelter at 210 Redwood Highway, with the amendment that on section 7, where it talks about in the event a grantee fails to commence homeless service operations within 30 days, changing that to I think 90 days was what we had discussed. Is that right? Okay. So changing that from 30 days to 90 days. And also funding from contingency.
Okay, Aaron had also suggested, trying to find that section here.
You may want to be consistent with both motions and have the same motion, but with those changes that you just mentioned.
So where is the section where you were suggesting adding up to?
Page 278. It's highlighted at the top.
Oh yeah, you're in section 7. I'm looking for the section, I got yours, I'm looking for the part regarding the dollar amount. Not listed there. Yes. Aaron was suggesting that we add up to a certain dollar amount, and I guess I'm just not seeing where it is in the paperwork, but if you wanted to identify up to a certain dollar amount, and then you did mention the general fund contingency as being the funding source.
I don't think my motion's been seconded yet, so.
It hasn't, so if you
Okay,
wanted to add that.
I'm going to just withdraw my motion and re-motion.
Okay,
To approve the resolution authorizing the execution of a grant agreement, restrictive covenant, deed of trust, and promissory note between the City of Grants Pass and the Mobile Integrative Navigation Team for a navigation center and shelter at 210 Redwood Highway, with the modifications that were outlined in the previous approved motion. Also specifying that the revenue comes from contingency, specifying that change in section 7 from 30 days to 90 days, and
Up to an appraisal amount. That it will require an appraisal of the property, and you're authorizing up to the appraisal amount.
okay. And,
So we're not
and-
putting a dollar figure on it.
And grant up to the amount of the appraisal.
seconded by Vanessa. Any discussion on that? Joel?
The one thing is, we don't even have an appraisal on it yet, so we don't know what the dollar amount is. I assume that it's going to be close to what we've discussed in executive session. At least I would hope so. We don't even have an appraisal on it.
Dwayne?
My question is, if there obviously it's advertised for $200,000, why would we pay over $200,000 if the appraisal came in at $220,000? I mean, That language needs to be in there. I'm just using my realtor skills here. But, so play up to appraisal value, not to exceed 200,000, asking price of 200,000, whatever that is. Can you amend that, please? Thank you.
I'll amend my motion to appraise value up to 200,000.
Okay. Okay, we're good on that. Appraised value up to 200,000. Okay. Any further discussion on this one?
Did you make the navigation center?
He said including the modifications of the previous motion. All right. Let's see. Brian, you made the motion on this. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Robin?
No.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
No.
Motion passes 5-3. All right. Do we have anything further on that topic we need to address? We get through it. All right. All right. Well, just before we move on, thank you to the council for passing this. I know it is something that we have been discussing for many years. It's not something that came up recently. It's been an issue in this town for at least 11 years, the fact that we don't have a shelter. And so we talked a lot, especially when I came on as mayor, about how we needed a nonprofit or churches to step up and run a facility like this because the city didn't want to be in the business of running a shelter. And so I think we have found that, and that this location is already in motion. You know, it wasn't a new thing that came up recently. Mint has already been planning to use this location for this purpose. So it's really not for us to choose the location, but I think you've made the right decision tonight, and I appreciate it. And with that, let's take a 10-minute recess. All right, everybody, thanks for coming back. Let's get going on item 2C regarding the FEMA issue. Aaron.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council, members of the public. Brad had to step away this evening, and so I'm taking his place. You'll have the shorter version of Brad here, and I will get started on the presentation. We're really here today to talk about FEMA and its integrating requirements under the Endangered Species Act, and that's why we're talking today. They're taking some studies from the Endangered Species Act and they're implementing them to the National Flood Insurance Program, which is requiring a number of communities in the state of Oregon to comply with new FEMA regulations. Really, we're looking at 31 counties in Oregon that are affected by these changes, and the city of Grants Pass is one of those. We are one of those because we participate in the National Flood Insurance Program. Why is this important? It's important that cities cities in Oregon that have rivers and or close to the ocean or et cetera, and that have the opportunity for flooding, if we participate in the National Flood Insurance Program, we provide our constituents with a lot of savings when it comes to homeowners insurance. So that's why it's really important today that we talk about this and that we maintain compliance with FEMA so we can maintain the ability for your constituents to get better insurance rates. So this is something that started quite a while ago. Back in 2016, the National Marine Fisheries Service issued the Oregon NFIP biological opinion that stated that there's some threatened species of salmon and southern residential killer whales in their habitats in Oregon that required some new studies and some new potential buildings in the floodway and floodplain. FEMA is developing a phased strategy for implementing these new requirements that are putting additional requirements on any building within these zones. In the meantime, there's some interim measures that must be adopted. There's a pre-implementation compliance measure, which is what we're talking about today, that must be selected by December. And that's why you're here. From the standpoint of what the pre-implementation compliance measure is, there are basically three options. Those 31 counties that are affected by this have been asked to do one of three things. Option one is to stop all development in the floodplain. Option two is to adopt FEMA's 2024 model code. And option three is to deal with this issue on a permit by permit basis. Now, when we talked before, staff's recommendation was option three. Council seemed in consensus with option three. One of the reasons why we're talking option three might be a good thing is the amount that it impacts our area. Ultimately, we're looking at adopting by resolution option three and then moving forward with some additional steps. When it comes to option three, if you look at what we have that's actually in the 100-year flood zone, the majority of our acreage and property is already developed. So there's only a small part of that. There's 34.49 acres compared to 704 acres that are already developed. The majority of those are already developed. They would still, if they were going to do major development within their properties, would still have to go through a site-by-site basis on compliance with this, but there's few properties left that are undeveloped. This is just a map of the critical habitat for endangered species in the Grants Pass regulated floodplain area and the 100-year floodplain, which is highlighted in blue. So what we're looking for today is for council to adopt our option by resolution, which is option three, to deal with it on a site-by-site basis. Staff would then begin drafting the proposed code amendments and Measure 56 notices sent to affected owners. Now, we will move forward, and FEMA has already dictated that we are choosing number three, which is fine. Cities like Medford also chose option three. Measure 56 notice is required in order for us to comply with Oregon revised statutes, notification rules. So even though we are going to have to adopt these changes, and FEMA has recognized we're going to be adopting these changes, you're adopting these changes by resolution, we still have to do Measure 56 notices, which means anyone in the affected areas of those acres that I told you about, the 740 odd acres, all those property owners will be notified that some changes will be occurring. So that's part of the Measure 56 notification process. We're looking at doing that right away and having a public hearing before the Planning Commission in February, with council ultimately adopting and being in compliance with Measure 56 notices at the April public hearing before council. Call to action is today to adopt the resolution, and your alternatives are option 1, 2, or 3, but as staff recommends, we are recommending option 3, and FEMA has recognized city is in option 3, and you do so by resolution, and we'll follow that up with complying with state law. That concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Aaron. Council, if you have questions, you all have questions. Rick, Dwayne, Joel.
Thank you, Aaron. I think I read part of option 3, and when you go through the evaluation of putting a structure or something out there, you even have to prove that, I'm trying to ask for clarification, that you're not impacting the salmon by moving the dirt or changing the vegetation, that type of thing. Is that?
Yeah, you not only have to deal with no rise, you're probably very familiar with the term no rise, and
Yes.
that means if you build something, you need to make sure you're not raising the water level in and around there. Now you're also having to look at a number of different studies and examination of some endangered habitat areas. So that's going to have to be included in order for people to build in these zones.
Okay, what I'm real concerned is we're just changing the bar and making it so high it'll make it actually impossible.
So I think it's really, you're correct, Counselor, and I think it's really important to note that this is something that you did not implement. This is something that the state of Oregon did not implement. This is something that was mandated by FEMA and the Endangered Species Act. This is something that is unavoidable, and there's not anything we can really do about it. Governor Kotek and senators and members of Congress and even the League of Oregon Cities have all asked FEMA to allow additional time for communities to deal with this. This is why every community is trying to do this in a fast way, and FEMA has denied our request to do so. So they have not been very cordial with our request to do this in a nice fashion to where we can digest this appropriately. So, but this is a mandate. We cannot get around it. By doing option 3, we believe this is the best way to deal with this. That way each site can be handled differently with their own unique characteristics, and we may be able to have an opportunity for those properties to be least impacted versus just adopting FEMA's rules.
Okay, thank you. And one quick joke, state of Jefferson, thank you.
Dwayne?
Yeah, Aaron, can you tell us what the county did for this?
I don't know what the county did.
Because I was told they just said they weren't going to do nothing, and I'm not sure if that's true or not.
That would not be legal. And if they didn't, well, if they did nothing, then they automatically default to option 3, which is what we're choosing.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's my question. Thank you.
Yep.
Joel?
So this also applies not only to new construction, but to reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
And then if you have an existing building and there's some impairment to salmon under reconstruction, what is the effect to the landowner?
Well, you are going to have to show that you're not impacting that.
So if the existing structure is adversely impacting it with impervious structure or removal of trees that are greater than 6 inches, or I can't remember the third criteria they had, then it would not be in compliance under a reconstruction permit, and you'd have to change that.
Well, you're talking about an existing structure. So an existing structure could be a non-compliant existing structure, and it will stay there.
Right, unless you put in for a reconstruction permit. And anyway, so then the next thing I was just going to comment that they haven't even finished the environmental document yet. And they were sued by an environmental group. They haven't finished their environmental impact statement, and they just did that to look good before the court and the environmental group that was suing them to stave off any future action by the court in terms of an injunction or or more action requested by the environmental group. So that's kind of where they're at.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if going into the details of what might happen or dealing with structures that might be built is timely for tonight's discussion, Tonight's discussion is just recognizing and having FEMA recognize that we're choosing option 3, and then we're going to follow through in the next couple of months, and we'll have more healthier discussions about how that will impact our areas.
Vanessa?
Not a question, but a comment. It may be worth looking into what the county has done, because I know FEMA has outlined if these standards are not adopted, that those communities would not qualify for federal disaster assistance. So in terms of our own emergency management, that may be something that we should be aware of as a city.
The councilor is correct. If you can put yourself in jeopardy of certain federal support, and that is a concern. And that's one of the reasons why we should be adopting this resolution this evening and moving forward with compliance with Oregon revised statutes on Measure 56 and getting those notices out there. At least we will be in compliance.
Any other questions? Not at the moment. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, turn it back to council for discussion. Brian.
I move to approve the resolution authorizing the community floodplain manager to execute FEMA required PICM option 3 on December 1st, 2024 to July 31st, 2025.
Is there a second? Valerie, discussion on the motion? All right, Brian, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yeah.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And Joel?
I got the luxury of voting no, but I'll vote yes.
Motion passed 8-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right. JC coming up to discuss the comprehensive fee schedule.
I'm sure I have the most exciting presentation tonight. So I'm going to try and go through this rather quickly. This is kind of a housekeeping item that we do once a year. And this is to adopt a resolution amending the comprehensive fee schedule for the annual cost of living index adjustments, as well as some other revisions. So as a subject and summary, this resolution amends the comprehensive fee schedule effective January 1st of each year, which most of this is done by a CPI-based cost of living increase. And then there are some minor adjustments that staff has proposed, and the relationship to council goals is for leadership. A little bit of a background, we use the CPIU, which is a Consumer Price Index Urban, and it's from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Council acknowledges the comprehensive fee schedule on an annual basis. There are various ordinances and resolutions approved in the past that specify CPI-based adjustments to various city fees and charges to help city operating divisions keep up with the cost of inflation over time. And then these are done on January 1st of each year. We do have a funky calendar to calculate that CPI that is from November to October. So it's from November to October, so that way we can properly calculate it and put this in front of you. The automatic inflationary adjustments are applied to all the main city utility user rates, SDCs, and many but not all of the planning and engineering fees. This year's adjustment is 3.02. The year's previous was 4.7, and then the year before that was 8.03%. So other than the CPIU adjustments, we do have a couple of revisions by staff. On page 5, removing a fee for a job applicant to pay a testing fee. If someone wants to work here, we feel like that's just a cost of recruitment. Planning and building, add a temporary use application fee. It's my understanding these are coming up a little bit more regular, and so standardizing what that fee looks like at $250. And that should cover the cost of what it costs for us to process that application. And then on page 9, adding the word structural to the fee and changing part of that note on the plan review fee. In engineering on page 20, internally billed engineering fees. So we had a bunch of positions that the city no longer has filled. So we're going to remove the utility engineer and the project supervisors, as well as a bid document preparation that was not utilized. And if we were to use that service by engineering, we'd do an hourly internal billing rate. And it was a flat fee of like $5,200 before. So in finance, utility billing service, we removed the no sign application service charge. It's no longer applicable for how we actually sign people up. They do those over the phone and we do not have applications, so we don't have that charge anymore. We're gonna add the wastewater utility rates, and sewer only rates are based on class averages. So this is based on practice of municipal code. This is just for more transparency in the comprehensive fee schedule. This doesn't necessarily change how we operate. The same goes for the stormwater utility rates. In the muni code, we have a GPID credit and an on-site credit for municipal code. This just outlines what those are to be, again, more transparent. We do have several revisions by Parks and Recreation. There were a lot, but to boil it down is they just organized it better. They put all the parks in alphabetical order. They did use some word choice and location and charges kind of changes to make it just read easier. So an example of that, instead of the power for lights charge, it's just called field light usage. On page 34, for field reservations, they'd like to charge per hour instead of every hour and a half for $5. It's really hard to help a customer compute what $5 computes to for an hour. And so for software and just ease, we're just gonna hopefully change that to $5 an hour. The field light fee, they're gonna ask for a standard hourly rate of $8 for Gilbert Creek and Reinhardt Volunteer Park. You could see that there were kind of a weird, again, hour and a half block, and they were different rates per the park. So they're just gonna make them standard between the two. The synthetic field rental, they're gonna add a half field rate on either the east and west side for convenience at $15 an hour, which is approximately half of the whole field rate. In police, we just have a word usage change. So instead of arrest summary for a person per name, it's just changed to subject activity listing per name. And with that, I will take any questions, and you have a potential motion up there.
Do you have any questions, council? No questions? All right, is there anyone from the public who wants to speak on this issue? All right, we'll turn it back to council for discussion. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that Social Security is gonna go up 2.5 CPI for next year, and so I'm gonna be voting no on this if this is how it's gonna be passed. So we have many retirees in this city that are gonna be hurting because we're gonna go to 3 something and it's only 2.5. Counting myself and my retirement, it's 2.5 is what the government's putting out. We're gonna go to 3, so I'll be no if we're gonna do that.
Brian.
I move to approve the resolution amending the comprehensive fee schedule.
Is there a second? Seconded by Val. Discussion on the motion? Valerie?
You just want to clarify that does the Social Security use a different, they use CPI and we're using CPI, so they use the same one? Why are they different? Just out of curiosity.
So I don't know the answer to the question, but it could be the nature in which our calendar is derived from November through October of the year, which could slightly throw off the calculation. And this is the standard calculation that we've used for, I don't know how far back we go.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, Brian, you made the motion to approve the comprehensive fee schedule. How do you vote?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-1. All right, one appointment here for Parks Advisory Committee. We have one opening on this committee. 3 candidates have applied. They are, in alphabetical order, Rebecca Kavanaugh, Melissa Hughes, Deborah Stodola. And the committee has recommended appointing Rebecca Kavanaugh. They said they felt her interest in special events and the focus on being a health and wellness coordinator would be an asset to the committee, and that she's been in the community for 38 years, and her work with school-age nutrition programs and local businesses shows support for families and the community. So council, if you would select your nomination, push it on down here. Waiting on DJ here. All right. The councilors have unanimously given the nod here to Rebecca Kavanaugh. So Valerie.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Rebecca Kavanaugh to the Parks Committee.
Seconded by Joel. Any discussion on that? All right, Val, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Brian has stepped away. All right, next up, public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the city council on items not related to a public hearing or council action item that was before the council tonight. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. And I think that most of the people who turned in the blue sheets tonight have already spoken. There's a Brendan Gallagher. Not here. Sammy Nolan.
Well, my name is Sammy Nolan, and I am a citizen of Grants Pass. So as this year is about to come to an end, so does the role of 5 of the individuals who have dutifully served our city. I want to express my sincerest thanks to all 5 of you for your service. A few years back when COVID started, I saw yard signs that read, "We're all in this together," scattered throughout our community. It was truly heartwarming. But as the pandemic progressed and the unhoused situation and Supreme Court issues continued, the words of those signs began to lose their meaning as the hostility amongst community members and towards local government arose. It appears from various internet postings and through a few personal conversations that a lot of people in our community still don't understand the way local government works. There are even still some folks that think the mayor and your council positions are paid positions within our community. So I'd like to remind everyone that's still here, which I think everyone that's still here knows that, and anyone watching, that these are volunteer positions, and we should remember that. You guys are giving of yourselves and your time to be here, which should not be taken for granted and appreciated more than it is by the citizens of Grants Pass. In saying that, I wanted to point out that there are several of these community volunteers that sit before us tonight that have faced awful persecution, threats, disrespects, and jokes constantly made at their expense. I have personally seen and read hateful, nasty, degrading, belittling emails and public outbursts repetitively by people like Mike Pelfrey. And I hope that that ends tonight. And from the beginning of these people's service, I want you to know that I have seen that you love this city, that you take your role seriously, that you do what you believe is right. Individually, you've striven to make this city better, and you've sacrificed so much of your service. I would personally like to thank Sarah, Brian, and Vanessa for their service, and to the remaining people and newly elected mayor and council members, thank you for your willingness to serve and what you're about to undertake. May your work, actions, and decisions show respect not only for our city, but for all our citizens as well as our state. Please help to make Grants Pass a city that sets standards for collaboration, cooperation, and good decision-making. Please help to make Grants Pass a place that when we drive by and see those yard signs that read, "We're all in this together," we can once again believe it. Thank you. Thank you.
That's fine. We're out of blue cards. I think they were mostly about the homeless shelter issue earlier.
My name's Ruth Daly. I live in Grants Pass. As a board member for Mint and just as a citizen of the community and somebody who's had some of my family affected by being unhoused, thanks for the vote tonight. But mostly I want to thank all of the council and mayor. I've really appreciated everything how long have you guys been on now? 4 years? 3 years? 4 years? Okay. Sarah, thanks so much for being a champion of a lot of important things. And Vanessa, DJ, Valerie, and Brian, thank you so much for your service. And all of you remaining counselors, I hope you are able to help the new council come up to speed and help make some very important decisions going forward. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate you.
Was there anyone else wanting to speak? All right. Thank you both. The next item on our agenda is our consent agenda. So these items are of such routine nature without controversy that they may be approved with a single action. And Council President, would you please read the consent agenda?
Item A, resolution adopting the city manager's annual evaluation. Item B, resolution authorizing the city manager to contract for medical, prescription, and vision insurance for calendar year 25. Item C, resolution authorizing the city manager to contract for dental insurance for calendar year of 25. Item D, resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract for the Riverside Avenue Waterline Replacement Project Number WA6360 Small Main Replacement Program. Item E, resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase self-contained breathing apparatuses for Grants Pass Fire Rescue. Item F, motion approving the minutes of the city council meeting November 6th, 24, and also meeting of November 20th, 24. And various motions approving committee and commission minutes for the Historical Buildings and Sites Commission, Parks Advisory Committee, Housing Advisory Committee, and the Urban Area Planning Commission. And with that, I move to approve.
Thank you. Seconded by Valerie. We don't discuss. We just vote. Vanessa, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0. All right, we need a motion to adjourn the council meeting and move into the Urban Renewal Agency meeting. Valerie?
I make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and convene in the Urban Renewal Agency meeting.
Seconded by Vanessa. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are reconvening here as the Urban Renewal Agency. And hey, Dana.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I'm Dana Pierce of the Economic Development Division tonight. I'm presenting to you the Grants Pass Urban Renewal Agency 5-year implementation strategy. This resolution would approve the adoption of the first Grants Pass Urban Renewal Agency 5-year implementation strategy, thus establishing a framework for presenting strategic priorities and forecasting expenditures for the fiscal years 2024 through 2025 through 2028 and 29. This relates to council and URA goals by facilitating sustainable, manageable growth, providing cooperative, shared leadership involving council, staff, and community. Wrong direction. So a little bit of background. On July 12th, the Urban Renewal Agency held a work session with Elaine Howard Consulting to discuss project prioritization for the Urban Renewal Plan and develop a URA 5-year implementation strategy. Then on September 20th, staff provided an update summarizing the discussion and drafted a URA 5-year implementation strategy. This included financial forecast, project priorities, and key action items. On November 12th, per the URA board request, the staff hosted a community forum to maintain citizen involvement in the plan adoption process, and to solicit feedback on the draft catalyst projects and 5-year priorities. November 15th, a forum summary and survey results were provided in a memorandum to the city manager. Then on November 20th, the Josephine Community Library District presented their vision and plans for a new library at the city council meeting and requested that their project be added to the URA plan and included in the URA 5-year implementation strategy. The councilors discussed potential implications of using the URA funds to support both the library building and street frontage improvements, but did not make a decision at that time. For that reason, the library project is not included in the attached draft 5-year implementation strategy. It is in your packets as Exhibit A. But it is considered an investment in a public project. So here's a list of the various public projects that the URA is expected to fund. The first one that you can see there is the wastewater treatment plant, and you can see there's an asterisk there. Currently, there are no confirmed allocations for the wastewater treatment plant, but it should be noted that it is approved to be funded through the current plan. The water treatment plan debt service does have an allocation of just over $9.6 million. The far column on the right, you can see, is a percentage of the maximum indebtedness, or maximum indebtedness for the URA plan is $105 million. So this is just to give you an idea of the percentage that is going to public projects. As we get on the list, you can see there are funds allocated for the Southeast Industrial, so notice the Spalding area, public park improvements, the downtown plaza, which includes the Owl Plaza project and the public restrooms downtown, the public swimming pool, debt service and plan administration, as well as some other varied projects. There was an undeveloped land project where we granted a private investment for public infrastructure on the north end of town. That was for home bridging. And then a property purchase that falls under the housing development program. So overall, you can see just under about $28 million is dedicated to public projects, which is about 26.5% of maximum indebtedness. Here are some potential URA contributions that could go to the library for consideration, assisting with the public infrastructure related to the project. That could be sidewalks and streetscape. It could be water and sewer upgrades if needed in the public right-of-way. Also assisting with the blighted building removal is another option. Currently, there's $100,000 set aside in LB 6391 for blighted building removal and replacement. That project is also included in our current grant and loan guidelines, so it's another way to access those funds. Currently, the URA plan has budgeted $1.25 million for blighted building removal and replacement. So let's take a look at the 5-year implementation strategy. It is, again, is Exhibit A in your packets. The strategy outlines the URA board project priorities for the next 5 years. It provides information on financial allocations and key action items for each priority project. Many of the projects take a long time, or they're long-term, so the agency and staff, many of the projects take long-term agency commitments and staffing, so knowing a plan for the next 5 years allows staff to confidently focus on and implement the agency's priorities. The 5-year implementation strategy will act as a guide and a reference for completing the annual budgeting and budgeting process for the URA. Here are some just highlights from the plan. The priority projects that are listed in there are the water treatment plant debt service payments, completion of the Owl Plaza, a catalyst project, which is a housing and mixed use project, a development that would be going on the purchased property at Washington Midland, the public swimming pool, a continuation of the urban renewal grant and loan program, and then other projects that within the plan don't have specific allocations but were considered priority by the council, and that would be the Southeast Industrial and continued work on housing development program. Here are the financial allocations that are listed in the 5-year implementation strategy. You can see the allocation, what was established in the fiscal year budget, and then what we would expect in year 1, and then also a breakdown of what we would see in years 2 and 3, 4 and 5. The key action steps are also listed, and it's a little more detailed in the plan, but here are a few highlights. The water treatment plant debt service is a 22-year commitment, so you would see that each year of the plan. The completion of the Owl Lot Plaza, we would expect to be complete in year 2. With the Catalyst project, a housing or mixed-use development, we'd expect to issue an RFP in year 3, and then construction to begin in years 4 or 5. The public swimming pool, we would also expect to be completed in year 2. And then the urban renewal grant and loan program, we would expect to budget $250,000 annually for grants to eligible projects. The cost implication for the decision tonight, there are no new URA funds being requested or allocated as a result of this single action. The URA 5-year implementation strategy provides a guide and a prioritization for financial allocations that can be modified throughout the course of the 5-year implementation period. The initial strategy allocates funds to each priority and estimates allocations for each fiscal year of the strategy, and that's, again, found in Exhibit A, page 4. The call to action tonight is at the board's discretion. The board can move to action or consent, or can send to an additional workshop. The alternatives would be to approve the resolution as written, approve the resolution with modifications. So, for example, if you're considering adding a library project, we could refer to staff's recommendations on slide 6, or deny the approval. Here is a potential motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dana. Council, what question, or I guess URA board, what questions do you have? Valerie?
Yeah, I'm just going back to slide 6, because that's kind of what you referred back to. And I just want to clarify basically what this is saying.
Ooh, too far.
Okay, so right now, as it's written, without adding anything to this, what you're saying is simply because it is in the urban renewal, they are automatically able to get money for sidewalks and streetscapes and water and sewer upgrades. Am I correct? In the right-of-way, not in the building per se, but in the right-of-way, like public infrastructure?
Yes, they could be eligible for that, yeah.
And with the assisted of the blighted building removal, currently there is money in 6391. That's not, is that urban renewal funding, or is that just regular funding?
It is urban renewal funding.
It is urban renewal funding. Okay, so that it could get up to $100,000 for the removal of the project, and then they could get more money through grants and applicant guidelines. Is that what you're basically? I'm just kind of trying to figure out exactly what you're saying. So
yeah, these are various ways at which they can access funds through the urban renewal.
Okay.
Without, yeah.
Okay.
That's the best way to put it.
Okay.
Joel.
So,
Well, maybe you're not the person to answer this, but Kate is, so maybe I need to hold on that or until we're done asking you.
Sure.
Okay.
I guess I didn't realize we were going to ask Kate questions, but I guess you can if you want to. Does anybody else have questions for Dana right now? All right, and you had a question about the library? Joel?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I guess Kate is here if she's available to answer the question.
Honorable Kate. Okay, so I'm pretty ignorant on the library and its funding and its relationship with the county. My understanding that its present location, the county owns the land and the building?
Correct.
Okay, then, and the county has decided that they're going to demolish the library?
The one that we're in now?
Yes.
No.
So it's just trying to upgrade the existing library then?
The county has eyes on taking that building back for other purposes.
Okay.
And it is not owned by the library district.
Okay.
So having a twofold, the answer is yes, upgrades, primarily a roof that doesn't leak and proper electrical outlets for a 21st century technological library service, a modern
Sure.
library.
Sure.
Plenty of meeting space, which we've seen really make a difference in areas like Cave Junction when we add a meeting space for community members.
Right.
So there's that upgrade that's necessary. And then I have sort of a reluctant partner in any of those types of upgrades.
Okay. Okay, and then just an observation, and if you could validate it for me, you've been very successful in adding new libraries throughout the county. Is that true?
I'm not sure, is this a setup?
No, I'm
I
just
mean,
want to know
how
the
do you
truth.
measure success?
What's that?
We have raised donations and grants. Through donations and
Okay.
grants,
Okay.
we have been able to build a new Williams library out of an old mechanics garage, which they're very happy with because now it has running water
Yes.
and a bathroom. So big upgrade there. And then we were able to renovate or remodel our Cave Junction branch, adding those electrical needs, replacing the roof, making a larger children's area, adding a community meeting room, as well as a small kitchenette for community
Sure, which is
service.
wonderful. I congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
So then the county's kind of in dire financial difficulties, or at least it seems
They
like it.
always have been.
Okay, they
Just
always
wanna
have
point
been.
that out.
Okay.
But, and so have we, by the way.
Yeah, and I view the library as a resource for the county. And I take it they're not going to contribute anything towards this and just take over the building and use it for other things?
I think no.
Okay,
It's in their
okay.
charter that they maintain a public library,
Oh, cool.
but I'm not sure how that charter applied when they shut the library down in 2007.
Yes.
And then Citizens reopened it as a nonprofit, raising donations to maintain it. I think the definition of maintain is open to interpretation.
Sure, and I understand that, and it can change depending on who's in office.
I
So
think
then,
also important to share with you is that we are a separate special district. It's not special like special. It's the legal term for the type of district that it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that district has its own jurisdiction. So we are non-contiguous. This is my favorite word, non-contiguous.
The district
with
is
the
not
boundary of the
contiguous?
county. It is not contiguous.
Okay.
We have a smaller boundary that's around our Wolf Creek branch, our Williams branch, our Cave Junction branch, and then our Grants Pass. It is contiguous with the 2017 urban growth boundary for the
okay,
city.
so, and this is the area where people get assessed on their taxes to help support the library?
Correct.
Okay, so then as you have this need to build a new library, has the county come forth with any discussion or anything?
Not the current administration.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're done with me? Okay.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, council, yeah, we're talking about the 5-year plan here, so do you have other questions or comments? Rob?
Yeah, a couple of questions. I'm sorry, Kate, could you come back?
I'm wondering
Okay.
how the library is pertaining, but I guess I'm not exactly sure where y'all are going.
So, and I'm not sure if you're the right person or Jason's the right person. When it says water sewer upgrades in the public right-of-way, like, to my knowledge, there's water and sewer down 6th Street. I don't understand why that would be on this list.
I think what they were trying to do was just highlight potential options of where URA could help if there was a need. I don't know, I'm with you, Councilor Pell, I don't know that there's a need necessarily for water, wastewater. Probably more so sidewalk, streetscape improvements are more likely than water, wastewater, possibly also stormwater.
Thank you.
So just to clarify here, the 5-year plan as it's written does not include the library as a named project, but on that slide 6, staff has identified some named projects that have funds that are perhaps relevant to the library's plan, such as removing the existing building that's at, what is that, K Street, 6th?
It's between J and K and 6th and 7th. It's called the River City Plaza, I think.
Okay, so, you know, because there has been some discussion about naming the library as a catalyst project and having them specifically called out in the URA, but that's not what's actually on the agenda right now, but depending on where you want to go with it, maybe it is. Dwayne? Yes, I think so.
I'm going to do a motion. I move to approve the resolution of the Grants Pass Urban Renewal Agency adopting the URA 5-year implement strategy. Sorry, it's getting old.
We did not do public comment. Sorry, I've lost track of where we're at here. Vanessa's reminding me. Do you have questions for staff right now? Does anybody have questions regarding this?
I guess,
Valerie?
yeah, I guess my question is there an advantage to the library being put on there? And what would the advantage be so that, yeah, so that's what I'm saying, because that's kind of really the elephant in the room. What would be the advantage of being a catalyst project as opposed to just being able to use the funds that are there? I just want that clarified.
Does somebody want to take that question, or I can take it?
I don't know if there is the advantage for the city and the urban renewal agency is if you as urban renewal agency board wants to identify the library as a catalyst project and therefore find funding from the other projects to make that happen. I do have a caveat with this though also, is that this is the 5-year plan, and if you were to do so, that's fine. Maybe that's not in your 5-year plan. It sounds like they're wanting to do something within 5 years, so then you would need to look at how you're going to be allocating the resources within the next 5 years, and you're going to have to change your allocations and your plan. So if that's the case, we would need to go into further workshops and discussions if you're wanting to make that modification of this plan, because I don't think this evening we're ready to or prepared to have that kind of addition. In addition to that, library is extremely important to our community, and we all want the library to succeed. However, is the urban renewal agency the funding source for the library, and is it appropriate for a catalyst project? That's for you as a policy board to determine. But one of the things that's important with regards to urban renewal agencies is they're there to incentivize private investment to provide, it's called tax increment financing, to where you're ultimately getting taxes back in return from the investment you're providing that incentivizes private investment. We are very heavy on public projects. And if we continue to do that, we will not have an extremely successful urban renewal agency based on the return on your investment from tax increment financing. Now, I'm not saying anything negative about the library. I'm just telling you that if that's the case, you may want to balance that, and maybe you need to look at your current projects and mark some of the public projects off if you want to exchange, and maybe exchange it with the library if the library is a catalyst project. We still have yet to have 18% go to wastewater to help keep your rates down in the future. There are many projects that are there in place. And so that's just some things to consider that I don't know if we're prepared to make those kind of decisions this evening, but we'd be more than willing to continue that discussion, and those are just some caveats I have for you.
Okay, and that's basically what I just kind of wanted to hear, is to hear that, because that's how I kind of felt. And slide 6 was just basically saying, currently, as it is right now, there is a means by which they can come forth to ask for some of the funds that have already been lined out for like blighted buildings and streetscapes through the project that aren't on the Yeah, but they can go through and get through those funds without having to be on the catalyst.
It was just an awareness because there was a brief discussion at the council level when the last time we talked about this is how can the renewal agency assist the library, and there are multiple ways within the plan that we can provide assistance with the dollars that we have now to help the library succeed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Dwayne and then Joel.
Is my motion still out there? Can we do
I
public
think
comment?
we're just doing questions right now, so sorry, we kind of got things out of order. Do you have a question, Joel? Oh, okay. Well, if we are out of questions for the moment, let's see if there's any public comment. Is there anybody who wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we'll close public comment, and we had, Dwayne, you want to go ahead and make your motion again?
I move to approve the resolution of the Grants Pass Urban Renewal Agency, URA, adopting the URA 5-year implementation strategy.
And Joel with the second. Okay, discussion on the motion? Vanessa?
Contrary to what Aaron had explained, in our packet, it does say, however, additional information will be provided at the December 4th meeting, and depending on that discussion, the strategy may be amended to include the library project. It also was very clear on November 20th that there were several members of this council that were in support of amending the project. So I don't think any of us should be led to believe that this is an inappropriate time to talk about this. It is both in writing and the policy board's direction from a previous meeting that was our interest. So I will be voting no on this motion.
Further discussion? Joel?
It gives us some flexibility to fund and help establish a new library, which I think is important. And it's a step we can take today. So I'm going to vote yes.
Valerie?
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm going to vote yes too, just mainly because I do think we can help the library, and I think there's a lot of community support for the library. I think the library can get through. I also agree with what Aaron said all along. I have said that the purpose of the URA is to bring up the property values, and I have talked to Kate many times about the fact that it will bring up property values, and I believe that it will bring up property values, but we just keep getting into the into the public works, and I just think I would like to really invite in the private people first. So that's why I will vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Vanessa?
We shouldn't be made to believe that there's a scarcity of resources with this agency in terms of public or private partnerships. The overarching issue with the library's request is that slide 6 doesn't cover the lack of city or community investment. That on November 20th, the library made it clear that for them to get larger grants and larger financial investments, they needed city buy-in. So our urban renewal plan right now has a project like the makerspace, which we know is not going to happen, which those funds designated could easily be reallocated. It's not necessarily a scarcity of resources, it's just a lack of political will to do it.
Brian?
Yeah, I was going to go ahead and vote just as the motion was stated. I was going to vote with that, but I think that, having the library being able to show that the city is formally supporting them, even if there's not a dollar amount attached to that, I think is important. And I think that doesn't necessarily cost us anything or maybe even very little. So, I'm going to vote no on this one.
Valerie?
Yeah, I do actually have some more questions because I don't see makerspace on there. We took that money out. It's not in the 5-year plan, is it? Did we take the makerspace out?
It is a listed project. I think, we need some clarification. There's two steps here. So there are those listed projects of which there's maybe 15 different categories, and the makerspace is still on there as one. And then we have the 5-year implementation strategy that kind of lists off a plan of what would, from those projects, what would roll out over the course of the next 5 years. And and makerspace is not on that list, right? So
Right, so that's what I'm unclear about.
I think if you want to add the library as a catalyst project, that is a separate thing from the 5-year implementation plan. So perhaps you would want to hold off on doing the 5-year implementation plan in order to add the library and then, as a listed project, and then add it in as a part of the 5-year plan. Otherwise, if you adopt the 5-year plan tonight, and then you go and add the library as a catalyst project and then want it to be in your 5-year plan, you would have to amend the 5-year plan, which is also possible. Yes. Okay.
I'm more confused, so clarify that.
Well, there's two different, two different things. This is the 5-year plan, that's taking basically your priorities for the next 5 years off that grand total list. And you cannot put the library on the 5-year implementation plan without it being
Added.
on the master plan list.
Okay, so you're saying basically what you need to do is wait and put it on the original list
Yes.
first, and then you can priorities and push it up on the list later on, and that would not be a problem to add it to that? Okay. Okay, thank you, because I really do. And that's why I say, I think that I want them to know that they have the city support too. So if it's going to help them to know that they're on the URA, it seems to me they should be able to say that they're in the URA to zone, to show that there's support. That they shouldn't have to say that they're necessarily in the 5-year implementation plan, and they should get the same thing. So I guess I want them to have this, know they have the support. Like I said, I just know that I also want to encourage private industry to jump on board.
So you're correct, Councilor Levis, and the mayor really was succinct in the way she described this. If you want the library in the plan, that's great, but it would be in the main plan first, and then you can modify the 5-year plan. This is a 5-year plan. This is the short term. This is how we're going to spend the money in the next 5 years. It's not encompassing all the projects. If you want a project, whether it be a catalyst project or not, from being the library in the plan, then we need to do a modification of the plan. And then we'll have to go through the steps of notifying, and having a discussion and maybe determining what percentage of the project it would fund. So there's a lot of discussion there, but once that's in place, and if you do put it in the plan, then you can modify the 5-year plan if that is what it will be beneficial to the library as a project in the plan.
And as we know, just like you talked about with the makerspace, at one point in time, we thought that we were on the cusp of that happening, but things happen over time. So therefore, the flexibility needs to be there, and it still is. So thank you. That helps me.
So I guess right now the motion on the table would be to pass the 5-year implementation strategy as is, which is here in my packet, page 232. If you just flip to the very back of your packet, it's the last couple of pages. So that's what you have on the table. It does not include the library as a defined catalyst project. Is there further discussion on that? Rob?
Yeah, I'm quite sure that even though the library is a nonprofit and that particular parcel would not be bringing in taxes, I'm quite sure that it will bring up property values and everywhere in the downtown, certainly from middle downtown south. And if there's some way that being in our plan would actually help them acquire other funds, I think that that's the way we should go, which would mean that I don't think I'd be approving this tonight.
Further discussion? Dwayne?
Just want to make a comment because everybody keeps talking about the property values go up. I mean, the property values are already up above what they're paying taxes at anyway. And you only can raise it 3%. So that's great that the property values would go up and those people would make more money if they sold the property, but the city will not get more tax money because the property values can only go up 3%, and every property around here is appraised more than its value is. So it's a false thing to say they're going to bring the property values up. Yes, that's great for those owners, those property owners that live around there, when they get ready to sell or do whatever or get a loan. And that will help those people out, but it's not going to raise more tax funds for the city. In fact, we lost $15,000 for this community when they bought that property, and we lost $5,000 tonight when we gave it to Mint. So there's $20,000 of tax revenue we just took out of the fund. So remember those things every time we put another nonprofit in town here.
Rob?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dwayne. Thanks for making that clear. What I think for sure is another way of stating my point is I think that it'll reduce vacancy rates and it'll make the properties in the whole south half of our downtown that much more desirable. And I think it's going to decrease vacancy rates, and which is not, it's kind of a different way of saying that it's good for our economy, even though it may not be bringing up our tax base as you suggest.
Further discussion on the motion? Nope. All right, well, Dwayne, you made the motion to approve the 5-year implementation strategy. How do you vote?
Yes. Rob?
BJ?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Vanessa?
No.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Motion passed 6-2. All right. Time to adjourn the URA meeting, move back to council meeting. Who's going to do the deed? Val?
I'd like to adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency and return to regular session.
Thank you. Seconded by Rick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move back into council meeting, and we have our matters from mayor, council, and staff. And I just want to note, I guess, to you all that assuming we don't have anything that comes up here in the next couple weeks that we need to meet about, our December 18th meeting will be canceled, and this will be the last meeting for a bunch of us. So it's been a wild ride, huh? It's been an honor to serve as your mayor and to work with you all. It's been a good experience. So, anybody else have anything? Val?
Well, I think I already said it once, but I want to say this to the staff, that it's been an honor to work with you, and you've been a very professional, and I'm very proud of how you represent our city, and I want you to know that. So thank you for allowing me to serve with you.
Rob?
Yeah, I want to say just a couple things. One, I wanted to, because I don't know that it got enough notoriety, but I think Valerie, you're the one who kind of pushed, and it's kind of your idea for the Public Safety Advisory Committee, and I think that is one thing that that could be a really positive legacy in future years, and I thank you for making sure that we got that done, because we really have a lot of dead ends when we come to funding ideas and things of that nature, and that may actually help focus that energy. So that's a good move for sure. And DJ, I want to say I really appreciate the some of the impetus that you put behind the council getting together with the home builders in joint sessions, because for years we watched nothing get done because communication didn't happen in the same room at the same time with the staff. That changed a bit, and we got a few things done. So I appreciate that. And as far as pretty much everyone that's leaving, I have to say that, and it's interesting because we have some that are really senior and some that are only one term, but all of you, the comprehensive command of subject matter is not something that's going to be equaled anytime soon, and there's just no way to fake that, and so I really appreciated you being here for that reason, and I'm going to miss that for that reason. But I enjoyed working with everybody who's leaving. Thanks.
Anybody else? All right, anything from staff tonight?
Just on behalf of the X team, we'd like to just mention we appreciate the outgoing elects for all of their service and dedication and leadership throughout the 4+ years that you've served. It's been wonderful to be able to see us make some positive changes in this community, so thank you.
Anybody else?
If I may, real quick, I wanted to thank you guys tonight. Thank you for your service, and then also I wanted to thank you very much for what you did tonight in the consent agenda. I don't know if you knew this, but the SCBA's that you guys approved tonight brought our fire service, our firefighters, up to the newest technology, and they're with the safest now SCBA's that they're going to be able to fight fire, go into IDLH atmospheres, and provide our community with the newest technology, and I can't thank you enough for that. So that was a big win for the whole community, and thank you guys for your service, and I'm excited to be here, so have a good night.
Brian?
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded by Vanessa. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.